In the African culture, it's very rude to invite people without food. So today we have food and lots of food. So you are very much sorted. And of course, be rest assured that you'll get a chance to engage with at least one person who's going to build you up. Now, I want to welcome our speakers today. We'll be having keynote speakers who will be introducing and just telling us about the Frappe journey, also the Africa growth journey, and the evolution of Frappe or ERP Next. Yes, so our first speaker is Mushai Gateru, a director at Navari Limited. So warm your hands and welcome Mushai Gateru. 1, 2, 3. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. How did you switch? How do you know? Good morning, everyone. My name is Mochai Gateru from Navari Limited. I am a director at Navari Limited. So let me do an introduction. So the way Frappeverse, or basically Frappe events happen is local events. They link up with the local partners and then they plan such events. In this case, what happened is they linked with the local partners, mostly the ones who are listed there as sponsors. And then along the way, it was decided, or it was agreed that the partners will have to do talks and so on. So I have been here before last year, so I was kind of okay with that. But our team members too were requested to do their talks on their localizations and success stories. So normally when we brought this up on WhatsApp, there was a lot of, I don't want to say fight back, but there was a lot of reluctance to probably give talks for the usual reasons, nervousness and public speaking. I was kind of okay with my section, which was about localizations. But later on, then it was that I'll be doing the opening talk or the keynote talk. And I felt a bit unqualified for that. I haven't done this much. At one point, I tried to dodge out of it. So I went to May. He's one of the co-founders of Frappe and trying to justify why Frappe should be the first team to speak here. But he had a counter argument, which apparently was really making sense. So here I am. So welcome everyone once more. And thank you for coming. So let me try by setting the pace. So I thought about a lot what I should talk about. Eventually it boiled down to Navari and its journey, because that is a story you're kind of familiar with. And then along the way I Googled what do you do when you are requested to do like a keynote. And one of the takes is that it should be a bit insightful and it should speak to the audience. I will probably achieve some bit on speaking to the audience. Whether it will be insightful, that will be a take on your side. So eventually this talk is about open source, collaboration and sharing of knowledge, because I think eventually that's what Frappe does, sharing of knowledge, even though it's source code in this scenario. So I'll mostly tackle three things: the brief history of Navari, a few lessons. The few lessons I hope will be like insightful, because I know most of the audience are people who are trying to get into this business of ERP, specifically ERP Next. So maybe they can learn a few things from it. And then I'll just talk about two things, about open source in the region and how it aligns on what I feel is mostly the culture here, because the African culture has a lot of sharing and collaboration. mostly. Okay, so my journey personally to Navari started with a company called Netcom. They build and they implement an HR and payroll system called Frappe. Some of the members are here. George is here. He was my boss at one point. So they still came, which is nice. That was back in 2008. And then I moved to Microsoft Dynamics from 2011 to 2017 stroke 2018. Navari as a company itself was registered in 2015 December, but the actual operations on ERP Next we started in 2018 October. So between 2016 2018, mostly what we did was Dynamics and SAP. The reason we did this, the two directors, which was me and Lewis. Lewis was from SAP background, I was from Microsoft Dynamics. So the idea was we get projects on Microsoft Dynamics and then we get subcontract projects on SAP, SAP for HANA. We were almost sure no one will give us direct business for SAP for HANA. And then from 2018, we got our first customer, that is Kitui Water and Sanitation. They are here. If they are not here, I know they are attending. What happened is we had a project for Microsoft Dynamics. One of the employees in that company moved to Kitui Water and Sanitation. So they called at one point, they said, we are looking for an ERP, but we are looking for a cost-friendly solution. I don't know if you have something like that. So I proposed ERP Next. I'd been looking at it. I had heard of Frappe framework probably 3-4 years before then. And that's how we started on ERP Next as a company. For probably 3 to 4 years, we were a team of just 2 or 3 max. It was me who did mostly customizations or any development that was needed and implementation, of course. And then there was Leonard who did almost every implementation and customer-facing project. Even Amy is supposed to be here. I'm not sure if he made it. At that time, there was no Frappe Cloud. Frappe Cloud will be introduced later by the Frappe team. This is where we host all our sites on ERP Next. It has a lot of advantages. Someone else will share the story on that. But we used to host on DigitalOcean, others would host on Google, even I see Style because I think he was from then. Because I remember us talking about DigitalOcean and droplets and so on. So that's what we used to do. We became Frappe resellers. That's when we joined the ecosystem. The reason I'm saying this is most people start to implement ERP Next or Frappe solutions even before they are partners or even before they join the ecosystem. Remember, it's open source. There's really no limit on how you start or how you choose to go about it. So we joined the ecosystem by becoming Frappe resellers, and from then up to now, we are really very part of the ecosystem. We have attended several events in Mumbai, and we interact or we work very closely with Frappe team, especially the Ankita, who is the regional manager. From 2021 to date, we are Frappe partners. Frappe evolves because they are Frappe reseller and then Frappe partners. And then we migrated to Frappe Cloud, all our sites, for obvious reasons. At the moment, we are a team of 13, 4 full-time developers and 7 consultants. Consultants will be the people who map the business processes and configurations for customers. They'll come share their stories and so on. At the moment, we are in 14 countries, mostly in African countries. This is not really planned, I would say. What happens is because of probably marketing, we market a lot on social media sites. Being Frappe partners, some customers reach reach out to us after they have seen us on the partner portal. So someone from Burkina Faso will reach out. Someone from Ghana. It's a bit random. Probably we need to figure out how we can make it non-random, but that's how it works. Or that's how we have found ourselves with customers in 14 countries. This is our team. Only Pauline, who is not here, she hadn't joined then. This was a team building event we had at Village Market, I think, last year. That is it on Navari. So some of the lessons I want to share, or advice, I put advice in quotes because advice, the argument is advice doesn't work, because argument works backwards. People can only see what you're saying after they have experienced it. So even if you give advice now, it flies over, right? But after they face a few experiences, for example, then you have a lot to share. Number one, the business is all about services, whether it's implementation, whether it's customizations, whether it's supporting your customers, whether it's training your customers, and so on. The other thing is maybe learn to build a team. I think we have made some progress on that. I'm very proud of the team at the moment. I feel we are a bit solid. This has kind of relieved me from any development or even any implementations at the moment. Basically now I am a coordinator and mostly sales. All I can say is that it takes time for those who want to venture into it. It actually takes a lot of time. The first 2-3 years won't be very easy, but with persistence, it's okay. Learn to experiment and have fun at it so that you don't put a lot of pressure on yourself because that's the only way. Now the thing is, I just want to mention a bit about open source in the region. Number one, what I wanted to talk about is how open source is really ingrained in our society. We collaborate a lot in how we engage with each other in the region. We share a lot. Some of the examples is community projects, for example. Where I come from, it's from the mountainside. So there are normally no utility companies providing water. So what people do is they just collaborate and then they travel a bit far and then they kind of, what is the correct word? They build like a small dam and then they dig all the way 4 kilometers and then they just connect their homes. It's basically collaboration. No one is paying anyone. People just go around calling each other to join the effort. The other thing is for those mostly in Kenya, there's a concept of chamas. Chamas are like fundraising or for various reasons, even people fundraise to buy utensils, to buy furniture in their homes, for many reasons, for school fees and so on. So the concept of collaboration and sharing is really ingrained. So open source kind of it's a natural fit, I would say, for the society. The other thing is probably I wanted to raise is our role in the ecosystem. When I say our, mostly I mean especially existing partners or those who are kind of keen on it. I don't have answers to this, but one of the ways I was thinking, because I have spent some time thinking about it, how we can probably enhance the ecosystem. One of the ways I could think of without a lot of ambiguity and without trying to get into many things that may lead to lack of focus is local trainings. This one mostly I would call upon our team members. I think I have raised that several times with them. We even trying to say maybe there should be some motivations for doing this, but we haven't picked it up. What happens is when you go back from here, you kind of pick on everyday work and you forget. My feeling is if there are people who are trained on this, from those who have more experience, number one, they can make money for themselves. They can monetize it easily. It's easy to monetize such a solution, especially ERP Next and related. Number two, the more capable people are on the solutions, the plus for the ecosystem. Number one, happy customers, more references, more growth generally. These, of course, the philosophical arguments of engaging in open source, but I'm pretty sure there are other people more qualified for that. I still adhere to them, but I just feel probably I'm not the right person to talk about that. But that one is still part of it, because we still need to remember we are part of an open source ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mushai. So we are going to give a round of applause in an African way. So let me teach you. When I say twende, we'll clap 1, 2, 3. Twende is let's go in, just a moment. Twende is let's go in Swahili, in Swahili, yes. So 1, 2, 3, twende. Again, again. So that's the trial. Okay, now we are going to do it the official way. 1, 2, 3, go. Twende. Again. Again. Nice, nice, nice. By the time you leave here, you will have known a lot of Kiswahili. So, so today we are going to go now next to our next speaker. Sorry, our next speaker is Umair. Umair. So we shall give him a round of applause, African way. 1, 2, 3, twende. Again. Again. Thank you, thank you.
Wow, what a unique welcome. Thanks very much, Habari. And thanks, Muchai, for opening up. Yesterday, I think Kushal said a very interesting story. Muchai and Kushal met. Where is Kushal? Yeah, here, right here. So Kushal said that, okay, you're going to teach me how to use ERPNX and Frappe framework. And I'm 100% sure that in a couple of months, I'll be competing with you. You know, and what Muchai said, I would have run away, by the way, you know, hearing that. But Muchai said that too many fish in the sea, right? There are too many fish in the sea. Market is huge enough. So I'm happy to make my own competitors and teach them, right? So I think that's the spirit, that's the community spirit that Muchai comes with. So thanks for opening. I'll have a, yeah, so myself, Umair Sayed, I'm one of the co-founder of Frappe Technologies. And Karibu, Habari, I'm just trying to kind of, you know, show off a bit that we have been in Nairobi for a couple of days now, but really mean it. Yeah, welcome, really, really heartening. And it's been great. It's been a couple of days. We've been in Nairobi. From very beginning in our journey, I think I'm talking about 2009 and 10, we had awesome traction since then from African region. From Kenya, Nigeria, you know, many NGOs, and first enterprise customer also actually came from Africa. And on the record, actually the traction from African region for Frappe and ERPNX is more than what we get from Europe and America, right? So you guys are doing something really awesome, unique. Just, you know, kudos to you guys. And yeah, and that was, so of course, my colleagues have been here. I think Ankita, Gurushab, Hussain, they were here last year. My friend have been here, and they shared lots of stories. So my expectation was like this: I'm gonna have fun. But the hospitality which we have received from you guys over a couple of days really flattened, really heartened. So thanks very much for so much hospitality. And yeah, I have this habit before jumping to topic, I pick one folk tale of a region and try and correlate our story or open source story with that. It might go flat, but I'll need your support and patience in making it happen. So how many of you have heard about the story of elephant and hare in a jungle? Is it a famous folk tale heard in Kenya? How many of you guys have heard about it? Some hand raise. Okay, very few. So I'll kind of narrate it in a way that you can also connect it with the, you know, open source thing. So there is a huge jungle, lots of animals are there, happily living, and suddenly there's a drought, there's no water, and all water bodies has dried up except one. And what elephant says, elephant claims his exclusivity, proprietorship over that water body, right? That only I will decide who will be able to drink water from this water body. And other animals in the jungle are like in fix. What do we do now? We are like completely dependent on elephant. And then the other animals form a community in a sense, that, okay, what should be the solution to this problem? And they decide that, okay, let's have hare go and talk to elephant, that water is too basic, everyone should have right over it. But the elephant says no, the power equation is at play. I'm the biggest elephant in the jungle, and I have the exclusivity, the proprietorship. You're getting my point, right? And what happens is, hare says that, even if you don't let people drink water, pond is big enough, people will come and try to steal it. And elephant is like, yeah, I'm okay with some piracy, that will establish my power in the jungle, that, okay, I really own this, because people are coming and trying to steal it. That's how power equation grows and gets stronger, right? But then eventually hare tries to trick elephant by making a voice of an angel, that if you don't let other animal drink from this water pond, then there'll be drought. Drought will continue for 7 years, and no one in the jungle will survive, and you won't be able to rule over anyone, And with some trick here and there, elephant understand, and he basically opens water body for everyone. It was a very kind of nice and heartening folktale I read and could connect with. So yeah, the idea is just like water is very basic and should be accessible to everyone, right? I'm like really against the mineral water bottle industry, but this is a separate topic. But yeah, it's pretty much like open source is like for everyone, we have SMBs or micro businesses also leveraging ERP Next or ERP solution, which otherwise they couldn't even have, imagined of. So quickly coming to our beginnings, how Frappe started. Frappe started much before company was formed. Our founder, Rushabh Mehta, he started making framework, Frappe framework. We'll learn more about it. But I think he has shared his journey. He was here last year, and I'm sure most of you have interacted with him. He made a framework when he was in college. Then he used that framework for making an ERP solution for his family business, and that's how he gained the knowledge of ERP. And in 2008, when company was formed, there was nothing like ERP Next. There was only Frappe framework, right? So, how many of you know Frappe framework here? What's the, oh, okay, nice. So what's the most interesting feature in Frappe framework? What's the most used feature? Doc type, doc type, doc type everywhere, So no rocket science, it's doc type. Of course, hell lot of features are there. Its batteries included, metadata driven, but this is a superpower. Me being a functional consultant, I'm not a developer, but I must have made hundreds of doc types and help company migrate from legacy software to ERP Next or Excel to ERP Next, and without any need of developer. So this is actually a superpower, especially for a people like and consultant like us. Like in no time, you can actually build a form, just like the form you guys filled for coming here, web form. You can build without help of anyone. So there's the power of I think Frappe framework. It empowers a lot and offers out of the box a lot of things. So I'm sure many of you know, so I'll try and skip it. It's completely robust, scalable, flexible. You will hear the story. And then I came into picture in 2007, I guess. I was fresh out of college. I didn't even knew docs and Excel and everything properly. So everything which I learned, even being able to speak, is thanks to Frappe. I'm actually jack of all trade, master of none. I started my journey doing support. And then I switched to project management and then tried my hand with products a bit, and currently I'm into partnership, making partner relationships. I'm sure all of you guys know ERP Next. It's batteries included, all-in-one modules where you don't have to basically install lots of application because it is a monolith. You get selling, buying, inventory, all these core accounting features built into ERP Next. So with lots of integration and customization available out of the box. I think it's been journey of 17 years now, and we really see much brighter future ahead. We have 6,000 plus managed by us. Community is much bigger because it's an open source solution. We don't even know that have the track as to how many people are already using it, and we are a team of 70 people. So coming to the tech stack, very quickly, as I said, the superpower we have in our ecosystem is Frappe framework. That's an underlying technology using which we built multiple applications like ERP, Next, HR. You guys have built 100 plus applications on marketplace. And if ERP is basically a business of customizations in all the way. So you can also build custom applications as per your requirement. And this is all possible using Frappe framework. And then come customers. You know, there will be several customers who would have several needs, and what they can do is basically they can pick and choose. Some customer would need ERP Next and some app from the marketplace like Kenya localization or Tanzania localization, and they can easily pick and have it for their customers. So this is what the tech stack was for a couple of years, but we have introduced one more layer called Frappe UI, which allowed us to basically make or become not just a ERP shop, but a multi-product company, right? So one amazing thing which you are actually gonna see in coming talks, look forward to it, especially talks of Rucha and I think Suraj. One developer maintains and develops one product. You know, help desk is made by one developer, builder, LMS, school, all this application which you will see is made by one developer because of the tech stack which we have. We are not just making software, but we are also making tools for building softwares. Yeah, and this is the magic of tech stack. You know, we have been able to make our own Power BI equivalent, I would say. We have our own BI tool using Frappe framework, insights and whatnot, so that you can actually plug in multiple databases and build your own dashboards. And what's unique in all of these, I think we have spoken it already, it's 100% open source. And what it means for the customer is basically there's no per user licensing. You get rid of per user licensing. There's no vendor lock-in. You can start with any partner, switch partners, switch hosting, switch locations. And yeah, open source is feature. I mean, we keep hearing about DeepSeek and whatnot, right? All this language model is actually trained by us. Google works because we use it and we train them, right? So now this thing becoming open source, it will, you know, will actually, because it is open source, people use it locally also, and we'll actually train it and make it better. So if it's free, then what's the business model of Frappe? What's the catch? How many people have faced this question? Many people, right? What's the catch? Right, so there's no catch. It's 100% open source and free. Our bread and butter comes from hosting business, because no matter you know which application you use, where you deploy, you'll have to deploy it somewhere. You can do it locally, you can do it on various hosting platform, but we provide a very simple to use UI driven hosting platform called Frappe Cloud. So that's what our bread and butter is. And again, one unique thing about the Frappe Cloud is if you host that, then you also get a product warranty. So we provide a timely support, bug fix support on the bugs and queries which you face on some of these applications. And yeah, because we have the tech stack and everything available, as I said, we have 100 plus community applications. So Kenya localization, Tanzania localization, which is already published on these marketplaces, developed by you guys. We didn't develop it, and we completely rely on our partners to drive it. So, and how many of you have faced this question? Is if it is open source, open, the term open itself, kind of makes customers or prospect reluctant. So, how many of you face this? Is open source secure? Okay, definitely there are quite a few people. So what people understand is basically if it is open, that database will also be open. So we have to help them understand that it's a source code which is open. And if they don't understand, then we simply tell them the story that 95% of servers runs on internet. So if you're using internet, you are actually using an open source technology pretty much, because 95% of servers are running on internet. And if we have to basically find some information on internet, which resource we refer to, which resource we rely the most on. If I have to, let's say you guys are coming to Mumbai, welcome by the way, but yeah, which say website you would refer to and rely on? Anyone? Good. Yeah, so because Wikipedia is not managed by one company, right? It is a community-driven project. I can go to a page of Nairobi and make edits on page right away, right? I don't need any permission, it's not controlled. And because it is community-driven, it is so authentic that you can trust it. And because now it's completely open source, as I said earlier, SMBs who couldn't have actually think about ERP solution in the past can think of it now. And we have huge amount of case studies wherein people have migrated from Tally and Excel sheets to directly to ERP Next, and that has really built the ecosystem. And what about enterprises? Enterprise need a very, very battle tested, highly tested solution. And for that, we have this case study, credits to Aquatech, I guess, kiosk solution. They were here, by the way, last year and also presented their case study. They have been using ERP Next from 2021. In the database, they have about 90 million general entries, general ledger entries, and 80 million stock ledger entries, 600 users, hosted on Frappe Cloud. Because they are on our cloud, we have also optimized product a lot based on the blocker they were facing, and credits to Aquatech team for convincing them on Frappe Cloud and handling such a huge implementation. So I think Muchai wanted me to mention this. So it's open source, right? So it's very lucrative at the same time as to why not just relabel it and build our own brand using this, right? And it has been happening. We keep coming across people who basically relabel and rename ERP Next. And I'll quickly share one quick story. There was a company in Singapore. The person gave a project for $25,000 to one service provider. That please build an ERP solution for me as per my requirement. And what that company did is basically just change the skin of ERP Next and gave ERP Next only. And the funder, the company eventually figured it out, and he came to us that, is it your product? And we were like, yeah, it's our product. It's just that the desktop has been changed, and that went up to litigation, by the way. That the customer was actually planning to sue that what you have done is actually cheating. So you can white label, it's open source, but what we prefer is basically we have a huge undercurrent for Frappe and ERP Next, and it's better you ride the tide. If you basically establish yourself as Frappe and ERP Next partner, you'll have lots of business which you can deliver rather than trying to relabel and establish your own brand. That will be kind of a tangent thing. So yeah, I think we talked about training. So if you want to learn ERP Next, we have our own platform called Frappe School, where you can find multiple courses on Frappe framework and ERP Next. I think there are quite a few students here. We have 200 partners worldwide, and we did training sessions and workshops with our partner in Kenya last 2 days, and that was very nice. So that's our way forward. So this is actually a complete ecosystem. When it comes to product, Frappe is taking care of it. But when it comes to last mile implementation, we rely completely on partners to do the last mile implementation, to build the localizations, to build the integrations, which is very prevalent in your industry. And in terms of marketing, of course, both of us have to rely. Frappe is here, sponsors are here. By the way, kudos to all the sponsors for making it happen. And anyone who has basically such a great product, but why aren't we marketing it? We have to do it together. That's a joint responsibility. And also the training, so that's a shared responsibility. We have to do it as a community. So yeah, it's pretty much a moment now, is how I would like to believe it. You have to reaffirm, and that's it from me. Asante sana. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Umair. Thank you so much. So again, we give him a round of applause in an African way. Twende! Again? Yes, so we are going to have our next speaker, who is Neha, and also how we are going to give her a round of applause in an African way. Let's go, Twende! Again? Thank you.
Thanks, Priska. Hello, good morning, everyone. Today, I'm here to talk about the Frappe revolution and how Frappe is innovating both business and organization culture. Before that, I want to talk about my journey in Frappe. Previously, I started my career with management consulting, followed by product management, and joined Frappe a year and a half ago. What really interested me about Frappe was the fact that the website had a role called Dreamer written on it, and asking for people joining, whoever is having a vision to contribute to Frappe. That was very interesting to me. And then when I landed in the office, I had a chat with Rushabh and was inspired by his uh, focus on building quality products and his organic and bootstrapped approach to growth. That's the reason I started working with Frappe. The first thing that really surprised me and inspired me in Frappe was the culture. And I want to talk about culture first before even moving to the business, because that's also a reason why we are able to do what we do. So like most of us who worked in, say, MNCs or corporates, we are used to working in a top-down organization where most decisions are already made and you're told to do what to do and how to do. It's never about the why. And to be honest, when I moved from my previous experience to Frappe, even I operated with that unknowingly, had to unlearn a lot of things, because even I operated with that approach. I started working with people, delegating, asking people, this is what it's supposed to be done. But I realized I had my own journey of building credibility in the company. People don't usually assume authority. People don't give, usually respect is earned in Frappe. And that's one positive thing I noticed when I joined Frappe. Another thing most of us have experienced, or probably even do at times, is we set targets, we set incentives that, hey, let's achieve this growth and this revenue growth or customer growth. And we are all going to be getting these rewards out of it. And all of us are driven by external rewards in that case. But in Frappe, most of us are excellence driven, we are quality driven. We want to be the best version of ourselves, be it sales, engineering, marketing, support. Most of us are driven by quality, and that's what makes us unique. And the reason we are able to do what we do boils down to the three core values of Frappe. Number one is excellence. And I also want to share my personal story here. When I joined the company, I was pretty excited because, this is a very unique company and whatnot. And I tried to do a lot of things. Like, I got my hands into multiple projects, tried to do everything because I'm a kind of person who takes ownership. But I think in that process, I realized since I'm not an expert in a few things, I definitely produce subpar outcomes in few. And thanks to all the colleagues in my company, thanks to everyone, I was called out for it. And I think that inspired me to set a high bar for myself. And I think that culturally is quite ingrained in how we operate. We set high standards for each other. We operate with first principles. We solve solutions. We bring solutions which are new and thought of from ground up, instead of copying something or, hey, this person is doing things, let's do this. We have our first principle approach to growth. We prefer quality over speed. Usually timelines are not important. Usually quality takes a much higher priority. And we are very candid with feedback. To be honest, we can be better in feedback. I think feedback culture is still work in progress in the company, but I think we are pretty decent compared to other companies out there. The second thing that surprised me is when I joined, I was asked, what would you like your pay to be and what would you like to work on? Uh, has anyone experienced something like this when they joined the company? I'm assuming no, right? Has anyone? Okay, no. Yeah, so I think just being able to pick my own, work, pick my own pay, built an insane amount of agency and entrepreneurial spirit in me. Even being like an employee or even being like a contributor, a part of the team, I thought I was, I could bring my own self to the company, and that's what freedom helped me with. And the last is authenticity. I think all of us try to be politically right, and at times also try, for the lack of a better word, end up people pleasing. But I think the culture also taught me that I completely had to reset all the things, unlearn all the things I've learned in the company, previous companies, and built my own whole self. I started speaking what I really feel. I started doing what I really say, and those things really helped me thrive in Frappe. And I think thanks to that, I had my own path to excellence in the last 1.5 years. I did some interesting things I'm pretty proud of. I think the best is yet to come. But I ended up helping significantly with product marketing, building dashboards, enabling Frappe Cloud, Frappe Cloud's growth journey, helping the sales team with how to pitch Frappe Cloud. And I think that has helped me in my path to excellence. How many of you know that we are a democratically run company? Does anyone know? Some of you know. Okay. When we say we are a democratically run company, most important decisions go through votes. Everybody have a way to make their voice heard. And that not just applies to our internal teams, even our partners. So we have this partner council with all of our partners every month, and most of our important decisions like discounts to the partners or certain events, we vote on it and make sure that everybody's voice is heard before taking any decision. So you might wonder, like, in this culture, what is the role of leadership? Because mostly things are self-correcting and, kind of excellence happens in the process. But I think learning from Rushabh, I think what I've understood is the role of leadership boils down to empowering people. So the last performance review we did with our company was about discussing people's 5-year goals, 10-year goals, and how can Frappe achieve, or how can Frappe be a vehicle to achieve that. That's very unique. I think most of our performance review discussions are not about, what did you do, what did you achieve, why didn't you achieve this, how could you do better. Of course, those things are important, and feedback is also important. But there's always a view on everybody's long-term future and career. And the way to set high standards is give brutal feedback, ask questions. And my role in future is also going to be focusing on building a team of A players. Now, switching from culture to business, I won't talk too deeply because Umair gave a wonderful talk about what we've been up to when it comes to business model. But my understanding of Frappe evolved from earlier. I thought we are an ERP next company, and soon I got exposed to all the other apps that we've been building, and then I came to know that hosting is how we are making money, and probably that really makes sense because that's the best way to meaningfully associate with a customer, add value to the lives of customer, despite making apps open source. But there was always this question, like the business mindset in me always questioned, like, why are we open source? We could be a proprietary company, or even with open source, people have unique, what the investor reports say. If you read about what VCs and investor reports say, most people use open source as a path to making money eventually, which is making certain modules open core or a freemium, or selling enterprise support services, or having a SaaS version of your open source app, And those things are pretty interesting. Like even though open source as a community value helps, but even as a business, it made sense to me. But when I got more exposed to the community, to the partners, to the FOSS community in India, I was exposed to a lot more that open source is able to do, and my eyes opened up to just beyond the business opportunity, which is entrepreneurship and innovation. Let me tell you a story. Vivek Digambarnath is one of our partners from UAE, and I recently watched his video on YouTube where he started his entrepreneurship journey 7 years ago with having no capital to invest to buy any expensive partnerships of SAPs of the world and so on. And today, after 7 years, he's been able to beat the top partners in SAP in his region, but he started with Frappe. And I think that's what Frappe has been able to deliver, which is being able to have local entrepreneurs build a great business and thrive. The second thing with open source, we've been able to do is help enterprises end vendor lock-ins. Most of our customers who've moved from SAP or Microsoft Dynamics have been extremely grateful about how our technology has helped freed them from previous lock-ins. And of course, Umair spoke about community innovation. We have hundreds and actually thousands of apps built on the framework, which is a great sign of innovation. So yes, there are two growth engines that we currently focus on. One is Frappe Cloud, which is a meaningful way to add value to our customers with secure, scalable, and reliable hosting. And the second one is Frappe Partnerships. We are investing significantly in helping, enabling, and growing our partner ecosystem with trainings, with engagement, with in-person support. And those are the two engines that have been driving our growth so far and will continue to drive the growth in the future. That's why we see a huge, significant growth of our partners on Frappe Cloud. And that's a sign of the value we've been adding to the partners through all the engagement and enablement. Yeah, that's all I had. I think when we are successful, and not if, when we are, a huge credit will go to both the culture and the business model. And on that note, thank you for the time, and thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Neha. Okay, again, the African way. Twende. Again. Okay, so we shall be finalizing our keynote speeches, and Ankita is coming on the stage. So we'll wrap it up again with the African club. So 1, 2, 3. Twende. Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you for the warm welcome. So thank you everyone for joining in today. Karibu. We are very delighted to be here in Nairobi, and thank you for the amazing hospitality, especially by our partners, Machai, Mitesh, and a couple of other partners who I can see in the audience. Thank you for the warm welcome. So last year, we were in the same hall at the same time, with 3 of our Frappe people joining in Nairobi, Rushabh, Hussain, and myself. And we were having our Frappe local event in the same hall. You can see it's the same background. So we were here, we had our Frappe local event, and we took an incentive that we will promise that we will have our first international overseas Frappeverse conference in Nairobi. And so we are all here. So we are kept that promise, and we are here with our Frappe team. So, yeah. So a quick introduction about myself. I'm Ankita. I'm the regional manager for Africa in Frappe. I've been working for the Africa community and focusing on Africa growth for the last 2 years. And I'm here to share the journey so far in Africa for the last 2 years, my learnings of what I have learned for the last 2 years, and what I can think of can be the potential growth drivers for this region. So let me start with the journey so far. So our main focus as Frappe has always been in community building. So our focus, and Neha also has mentioned in her presentation that our main driver for force is Frappe partnership, one of them, and the other one is Frappe Cloud. So we have currently 27 partners in Africa. Last year when we were here, we had 14. Today we have around 27, so that is 2x. And all thanks to the entire community for that. Also on Frappe Cloud, we saw that a lot of customers are adopting Frappe Cloud in Africa. Last year, we had around 412 customers. This year, we are reaching 600. So kudos to all the partners who are contributing, getting customers on Frappe Cloud, helping create an awareness in the region with regard to the product. So now we are around 600 sites, customers on Frappe Cloud from Africa. And our MRR growth, which we showcase, is primarily through Frappe Cloud, and it has substantially been growing for the financial year. It has a steady growth. So overall, we had around a 2x growth in this financial year in Africa. So, and our major focus point has been to create awareness in the last financial year. And we have been doing that with our partners, with the community, through webinars. So we have been doing webinars with regards to compliances, local compliances, regional specific webinars as well, local language as well. We have done one in Swahili too. So we have been doing that so that we can create a general awareness with regard to the product. And of course, our incentive is to have a robust community. That is the reason that we have partner locals where we focus on sales training, marketing enablements for our partners. So we drive that with our partners and we understand what challenges they are facing. So we give the voice to them so that they can help us grow in this region. Also, we have our trainings, which is driven through Frappe School. Yesterday and day before, we had 2 trainings. One was on Frappe Framework, which was taken by Suraj, and one was by Rucha on Frappe HR and Payroll. So we did training courses, and we would want to do these training courses more frequently as well, to create this awareness in Africa. But it has not been always a smooth sailing. There has been always challenges. Nothing is smooth sailing. So the challenges has been that there's still a lack of awareness and trust. I think because there is still a lot of adoption of proprietary software, which we can see over the years, like the last 2 years I have been working in the Africa region, there's still a lot of adoption of proprietary software. And the one thing that they focus on is trust. So I think there is still a lot of adoption with regard to open source, which needs to happen in Africa. And the second one is a personal learning, which I have learned about this region, is economic and political instability. The political instability is not in every country in Africa, but a couple of them, because of which it is impacting business growth of the local businesses which are there in Africa, and due to which the adoption of any business software becomes very, very difficult. So entrance to the software in the region becomes very difficult. So I think this problem is faced with any business software who's trying to be part of the Africa community. And the next one is local compliances, but I think that is not specific to only this region, but I think it's very regional specific challenge. I think regional specific like Middle East, India, Europe, everyone faces this issue that there are some e-invoicing, local compliance regulations, and especially in the industry that we are in, which is primarily ERP, has a lot of dependency on these regulations. So the challenge has always been how can we create these local compliances around this product. So we have been finding ways to tackle these issues. So our plan for Africa for the next financial year is to actually take an incentive to grow it 4x through awareness, through adoption of the product, and majorly, we are planning to do more local community building. So that means more events, more awareness, more trainings, and more product adoption. So we are planning to have more events like this quarterly so that we can reach out to you. If you have any problems, we can help you out. So that's how we are trying to build the local community here. Next is app localizations. So we will have some showcase today also about what app localizations have been around. I think Nawari's team and Aquatech's team will showcase some of them today. And we have the M-Pesa integration on Frappe Cloud. We have Tanzania localization, which is done by Aquatech on Frappe Cloud, and also e-invoicing, which is done by ERP champions for Uganda, also on Frappe Cloud. So there are some compliances which are already there. There are some localizations which are readily available on Frappe Cloud, which the community can leverage on. And the next is that recently we faced this issue of overseas transactions. So we are trying to simplifying payments this time in this financial year so that these payments can be done to like on Frappe Cloud, the payments can be done, right? So that has also been our focus, and some of it will be showcased today as well. So we have some big announcement which needs to be done. So on that note, so let's build the community together, make it grow bigger and stronger, and let's create a robust community in Africa for Frappe, and let's build it together. So, Asante, thank you so much, and thank you for everyone for welcoming the Frappe team, and especially all the partners who have been wonderful in inviting us. Thank you.
All right, Twende. Again. Yes, so we are done with the keynote speakers, and we are going to go ahead with the Navari presentations. And we are going to have a speaker from Navari Limited team who is going to speak about localization of ERP next. So this time we are going to change our clapping style. So we'll change it to something different. So this is how it will go. So when I say 1, 2, 3, you'll go. We're not going to clap, so we'll just do. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, test run. Again, 1, 2, 3 again. Yes. So help me welcome Mania on the stage. 1, 2, 3. Again, 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. We are used to sharing, but I'll try, right? I'm a proud Gen Z. My name is Menia Joseph from Navari Limited, an engineer actually. So today, let's go deep, at least. Let's get serious, at least, technical bit. Just a few minutes, right? Yeah. So under localization, we are trying to come up with local solutions so that we can meet the standards of the software, the ERP Next system into our market. So among the local solutions, you can see there, we have a number of them. We have business processes, tax compliances, payment integration, and biometric integrations. So starting with the business processes, we have applications such as CSFKE. This one entails all the tax reports, sales tax report, purchase tax report, all of them. The app is on Frappe Cloud. Then we have another one, utility billing. This one caters for those billing services such as monthly water billing, maybe electricity. Then we have another piece, Frappe, for those who are working like if your business, if you are paying your people daily, laborers, daily payment, or you're paying them per month, but calculation is done per the work they are doing. So we have the piece rate pay. Then attendance timesheet integration. That one caters for if you are paying your people depending on the time, actually, like the US-based payroll system, which you calculate their payroll depending on time. So attendance sheet, it converts the attendance calculates the hours, then converts them to timesheet. Then from timesheet, you can calculate the amount depending on the rate actually. Then coming to biometric integrations, normally Frappe has ZK Tackle, which is popular. So from there, we have a number of people who are using Suprema Biostar. So we had to do this integration. Of course, they give you the APIs and then they expose reports. So from the reports, you can sync the attendance from the biometric to your ERP Next instance. Then we have CAMS Biometric, which operates different from Biostar Biometric. With CAMS Biometric, they have a scheduler, which automatically sends the data into your system directly. So they are both apps are on Frappe Cloud. Then payment integration, we have M-Pesa, we have cellular thing. I'll come to that later. So let's go to tax compliances. We have a number of applications, of which some are complete, some are still in progress. Among them, you can see that we have Kenya Compliance, the OSCU one. Then Kenya Compliance via SLED 360. Then we have Teams TVIC Type C. All of the three belongs to Kenya. They comply with their A-teams. Then we have Burundi Compliance, of which belongs to Burundi. So localization of compliance, let's start from here. So last year we were in Burundi, actually the last event. We were not around with Brian. We went to Burundi to implement an ERP Next for a certain company, and one of the requirements was our system must have been integrated with the Revenue Authority of Burundi. So we were there for a certain period of time. Yeah, we were there for a certain period of time to do that. So why do we do compliance integrations? We want to enhance business operations and reduce legal and financial risks, such as fines. So by doing that, I think we are solving a problem, and when you solve a problem, actually, people will adopt your product, right? Yeah, so what we've built so far, we have the Burundi compliance, Kenya compliance via SLED, Kenya compliance, then we have Teams TVIC Type C. So as I said earlier, we went for Burundi, and one of the things we did was the integration. So the normal process we do at our company, on the tech side, if we have a problem, we break it down. We do seamless integration. We make sure the ERP Next functions remains the way they are when we are doing the integration. So the first thing we do is the design. Then we come to the development. Of course, this involves coding. Of course, with the Burundi compliance, coding took almost 3 months, which we ensured we are sending the accurate data to the revenue system. Then the testing occurred in 2 bits. We have the automated test, of course, that's for dev. Then we have internal testing, we're testing with the business people. Then the third one is the final round of testing. Of course, we are presenting the solution now to the Revenue Authority to be approved. The third testing was a little bit hard, not really hard, challenging, because when you're presenting your solution, your first language is English. Then Burundi, their first language, I guess it's French. So it was a little bit of challenge, but after 5 months, the product was approved and it's being used by a number of people there. So a summary of compliances process and how we take the design. We narrow down to our design. We do the setups. Setups involve configuration and configuration, which involve your ERP instance communicating with the Revenue Authority systems. Then most compliances, they mainly track the stock, your stock in and stock out, then the invoice. So with stock in, stock out, we track this using stock ledger. Then from there you can send your invoice, real-time invoice. Yeah, so on the right you can see that's a workspace for Burundi compliance, all the doc type that we used, and a number of reports. You can see they had only 6 APIs, so it wasn't really that challenging. So let's come back to Kenya. We have Kenya compliance via SLED. SLED is a middleware which has been approved by KRS. So this project is done and it's being used by a number of people. Then we have Kenya compliance. This one is sending direct data to A-teams. This one is in final staging. We are waiting for approval. Then we have Team TVIC Type C. So Team TVIC, we have a gadget called TVIC. So when you buy the gadget, you are given a server IP address, then the server name. Then you install it at your local premises. So with this, we've integrated this with the ERP Next. When you send an invoice, it automatically brings response. Then you can hand over the sales invoice to your customers. So on the right, you can see we have a workspace for A teams. Both compliances, you can see the first one, the second one, they have the same setups, doc type are the same, fetching of the country, taxation type, packaging, almost everything is the same. So that's a sample of invoice response from both compliances. Yeah. Then you can see a sample of an invoice. You can see a sample of an invoice with the response that you've gotten, either from KRA, Burundi, whatever the system you're using. With that being said, let's go to challenges while integrating the compliance application. One of them was the Burundi compliance. Let's start with that. The main problem, not really a problem, a challenge was the documentation, and the regulatory team were all speaking French. But thanks for the online conversion tools, I was able to do that, converting from English to French every now and then. I learned some French, by the way, so I'm happy for that. Kenya compliance, those who have done ATMs know this, mapping of the items, HS code, tax category. Yeah, it's a little bit of challenge, but this one, you push it at a setup stage. So when you are doing a setup, Kenya compliance, a setup for a person using ERP Next, we have to send all the items you have first. You map them to tax categories, country of origin. You can see the sample of screenshot on my right. So you map the items, then you register them to items. Then from there is when you can do any transaction using the item that you've registered. You can't send an item that has not been registered. So how has this helped us as a development team at Navari? So actually currently we have a faster delivery, like the Burundi compliance was among our first compliance product, yeah, and it took us almost 6 months, but we can see like Kenya compliance via SLED, it took us almost 2 months to complete, and we are happy for that. Then the next, which direct us to the next advantage, kinda we have an in-depth understanding of compliances, and recently we learned that Rwanda, Zambia are using the same system as Kenya. So with this being said, you can just go and fork our repository, Kenya compliance, look at the design, tweak here and here, and then you see how it can help you if you are integrating the Rwanda system or Zambia system. So with that being said, all the products are open sourced. You can go to our GitHub account, then you can fork any repository freely. But if you fork, don't forget to give us a star. It's not mandatory though. Yeah. So with that being said, thank you. The next speaker is not really around. He was to be around, but it's live, something happened, and he will show up later. So I'll take up there. So elevating ERP Next in Africa through payment integrations. So why we do payment integrations? As Kenyans first, I don't think I've ever used a card actually. But don't ask how I pay my online services. I do pay them using cards, but I've never used a card, like physical card. So mostly we do use M-Pesa and other methods actually of transaction. So why we do payment integration? We have seen digital payments have been increasingly used by a number of people, dominance in transaction as compared to cash. So Our approach is to streamline and to automate all the payment, a number of payment through processes of payment such as sales invoices. And we make sure we track the payments so that we avoid issues concerning if you've paid or the customer did not pay this or that. So that being said, we have a number of applications we've come up with. We have C2B, M-Pesa, then we have Ting. M-Pesa, we have 3 APIs that they expose. We have C2B, Express, and B2C. So Ting, we have card, mobile money, and direct bank transfer. So let's narrow down to let's narrow down to M-Pesa payments first. So all the 3 APIs, we use a single doc type called M-Pesa settings, where you do your all configuration. All this, you get it from Daraja API. Then focusing on C2B, we have a payment register URL where you register your URL. Then when you register, it changes status to success if it's not registered at another point. This entails your business shortcode and till number you've been given. Then when you make any payment or when your customer makes any payment, you get your response. So the money will come in your account as a draft. Then from there you can reconcile with your invoices. That's short on C2B. Frappe Ting payments, you have Ting setting, you register your URL, but majorly with Ting, you have to register your URL manually. You have to send them email, then they register, then when a customer initiates a transaction, you'll get back their response in the system, then you can reconcile with your invoices. So with that being said, let's go deep a little bit. That's a doc type called M-Pesa Express. No, M-Pesa settings, which stand for all the which represents or you can do setup for all the M-Pesa APIs. One of them is M-Pesa Express. We have the other one B2C or C2B. Configuration are the same. Safaricom or M-Pesa gives you all credentials similarly. So with that being said, as I said earlier, with C2B, customer to business, is where customer pays amount then get reflected in your account. So with this one, this is where I was talking where you register your URL. When you save, it has to come success. When it goes success, it will register your URL on the Daraja platform. So from there, when a transaction is made from a customer, you get your response. Then we record the response in a doc type called M-Pesa C2B, payment register. Then from there, we do save this in draft. Then those who have used POS Awesome, you know, when you are reconciling, when you reconcile with an invoice, the status of this transaction changes from draft to submit, which means it has been used. So that's a rough idea on how we use this. Then our next one, we've done M-Pesa C2B, reconciliation directly with the normal invoices. Yeah, we've done this, M-Pesa payment reconciliation with the normal invoice. So you fetch your customer, then using the customer's name. Recently, M-Pesa, they don't return the phone number, so it's hard to do multiple reconciliation with different customers, as a person had asked me earlier on. But we just use a single customer. We fetch the invoices, we fetch the M-Pesa payments. Then from there, you can reconcile normal. So let's go back to the next one, Ting mobile payment. This one doesn't have a lot of setups. When you do a setup at this point, we create a payment gateway, the payment gateway account. Then what you do, you register, it will create a mode of payment actually. Then you have a customer URL, then a callback URL, then the configuration, you send them through the email to the cellulant guys, then they will configure that in their system. So when there is a payment, of course you will get it. Because your callback URL, make sure the response you're getting from your callback URL, you are recording on a specific doc type. Of course, you have Ting payment register, so your transaction will come at this point. Then if you have transaction in the system, you can always reconcile with your invoices if they are. Then with that being said, I think I'm done with the payments, and I appreciate it. Thank you. Then from here, let me call upon Umei. Yeah, so as Umei is coming, over a month we've been doing a project. We've been doing a project which is, since we had some failures in remitting money or payment through Frappe Cloud using some cards or so that's like a problem. So we decided to have our local payment to be remitted to Frappe Cloud. So with that being said, we had come up with a project which involved M-Pesa on Frappe Cloud. With this one, we did go with direct M-Pesa Express, whereby we have the SDK push. When a person directly, when you want to pay, you just click, then you get an SDK push. Then when you pay, you're on the account, your money gets reflected back and your credit gets reflected back on Frappe Cloud. So that is a simple design. Of course, normal, those who have paid, you usually have this, right? Yeah, so we added the M-Pesa button there. So what you do, you enter your amount, then you enter your phone number, then you choose payment partner. Of course, we will have a number of payment partners. Then from there, the tax will be entered there by the partner, of course. Then what you do, just enter the phone number and the amount. That is it. Then your tax ID. If it's the first time, you enter the tax ID. If it's the second time, the tax ID, of course, will have been saved, and the phone number, you just enter the amount. So with that being said, let's play a short video on how this takes place. I don't know if it's clear, but you can see, right? Then from there, you can download your invoice. Yeah. I really appreciate you for listening to this, guys, and let's keep building the community. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Manya. So I think, I would love to have my team on stage. In the ERP business, the local presence really matter because it's a high-test product. Customer expects you to be locally present, and Frappe can't be present everywhere, right? So as we said, it's a community-driven project, and we are very happy to have Navari as our first payment partner in Kenya. And it's a new journey. It's a new, I think, initiative in the journey of Frappe. This how we are actually looking forward to build our own local presence in region. So credits to Manya from Navari for building this integration also, right? They built it on Frappe framework. Credits to I think Accenture team, Kiro, again for collaborating on this particular project, and credits to Shadrak from Frappe team. Thanks very much. So yeah, I hope this is clear that if you want to make payment from M-Pesa, you'll be able to do it now. The money will be collected by the Navari team. We will have it launched very soon, hopefully, till we work out the terms and everything. And the rest of the thing will be handled between us. So for you, it will be very simple payment option to pay in a local currency. Thanks very much. Anyone would like to add anything?
Thank you.
Do you want to add anything? We should be also on the stage.
Yeah, on the stage, I don't want to attend anything.
Cool. Okay.
Fine.
Fine.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that amazing presentation. Thank you all for sitting and listening in. And again, we give them a round of applause our way. 1, 2, 3. Bzz, bzz. 1, 2, 3. Bzz, bzz. Yes, yes, I see most of you did remember, and that's a tick. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So the next thing we are going to do is tell your neighbor vitafunio. That's a Swahili word. Just tell your neighbor vitafunio. Again, vitafunio. So vitafunio is snacks or refreshments. So it's time for refreshments and snacks. And we have our refreshments up here at the entrance and through this door. So feel free now to wake up and just go take tea and anything else available, network, engage, and make sure when you're coming back, you are not seated where you are. Intermingle, learn and just engage with new people and learn and speak to them, and you never know what could happen. So another thing is right now it's around 10:50 something. So we are going to return here at 11:30. So make sure you take your tea, have your networking session, and by 11:30 you're seated at your seats. So let's clap for ourselves as we go. 1, 2, 3. Bsh, bsh. 1, 2, 3. Bsh, bsh. You can go and have your tea. Yes, we can have our lovely seats. Yeah, and make sure you're not seated to the same person you were seated with. I'll take a point of noting, and I'll make you stand and move. So make sure you intermingle. Don't group yourself in your own companies or own people that you know. All right? You have a space. Okay, that's cool. Yes. So right now we are going on to our next presenter or speaker. He is from Navari Limited. His name is Brian Jogu, and he is going to talk about the customer success story. So help me welcome Brian Jogu with our former clapping style. Let me see if you remember. 1, 2, 3, go. The former one was bzz, bzz, okay? So 1, 2, 3, go. Bzz, bzz. 1, 2, 3, go. Bzz, bzz. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, Priska. So it's a privilege and an honor to be here today. So my name is Brian Jogu. My name is Brian Jogu, the lead consultant at Navari. I've been working at Navari for the last 4 years or so. So probably I'm one of the few millennials at Navari. The other one, that one goes without saying. Moshai. So I've been involved in quite a number of projects. But today I'm here to share with you a success story of ERP Next implementation at a company called SOTB. So SOTB, it's a mining company based in Burundi. Their headquarters is in Bujumbura, and their mining activities are done in a town called Muyinga. So they specialize in exploration, extraction, and processing of gold, among other valuable minerals. So today in my presentation, I'll walk you through the implementation process, just a rundown. I'll also touch on the key challenges that we faced during the implementation. I'll highlight the solution we provided and the lessons we learned. So, SOTB, they wanted to automate their accounting. So ideally, ERP Next supports IFRS predominantly, but they have a local accounting framework they call PCNR, that is Plan Compatibility National Revise, something like that. So they were it's a bit more like IFRS, International Financial Reporting Standards. But there were slight differences in terms of financial gain recognitions. Like, I'll just give an example. We have exchange gain, loss, and or stroke, loss stroke gain. So normally in ERP Next, under the company master, we define default accounts for specific transactions. So, but in their case, the difference is for gains, they recognize it as an income, but IFRS recognizes that you're supposed to credit your expense account. But for them, if it's a gain, they credit an income account. If it's a loss, they debit an expense account. So those are some of the tweaks we had to do. Another one is inventory management. They wanted real-time visibility of their stock. So gold processing requires a lot of chemicals other than the ore. So it is always very important that when need be, you're able to get the raw materials. And obviously the supply chain management. That one really comes in when it comes to replenishment of stock. And we also had regulatory compliance. Many has talked about it. The Burundi compliance, compliance with their tax regime. And the most important one was gold manufacturing. So gold manufacturing, it's quite a complex project. But the good thing with the ERP Next, we have multi-level BOMs production. So I don't know how many of you know how gold is, how we extract gold. Personally, I didn't know, but I can just demystify by saying it's not like you dig and you get the gold. So what they do during exploration, so they identify areas where they can get gold deposits. And they dig some small holes and get samples. And that one is done in the system because you're supposed to return the results as soon as possible. So they send the samples to the lab, the tests are done for each sample. And that is what will inform from where they're supposed to extract the ore. So it's like soil with some very small gold deposits. So I'll just share with you the overview of the gold process. So it goes through several processes. That is the ore, whereby they feed in the plant. So once they feed the ore, they also add some other chemicals like lime water and what have you. And then the output goes to the next process. The output is what we call a pre-concentrate. You can get two outputs. So you can get pre-concentrate and CIP feed. So, and then it goes through CIP process. And then illusion, intensive cyanide leaching. So at that point, it's whereby the gold is going to be extracted from the ore. So they'll separate the ore and other chemicals from the gold. They use what we call, I think, carbon and some other chemicals. I'm not a scientist, honestly. And then they get a sludge, gold sludge. And this is something that can happen for days. It's not something that happens like 1 hour or 2 hours. It can take days or weeks just to get a small, or to recover a small amount of gold. So once they do it from various places, they'll go to one place where they smelt and get the gold bars. During the implementation, obviously we faced a lot of challenges. So remember, I talked about accounting framework. So probably this is something that we can discuss more in the near future. Like in the company master, we have only one account for specific transactions. The one I was saying about unrealized profit gain and also exchange rate gain. We only have one account. But remember, these countries, as we grow, we are moving to French-speaking countries, and the accounting framework it's a bit different. So probably we need an account for gain and an account for loss. So the gold production process was also very complex. You can imagine training people to create several BMs, and then they're asking you, where is the goal now? Before you get the goal, you have to get a lot of outputs and what have you. So that was quite a challenge, but we were able to overcome. So we documented most of these things. So I've only shared some small bit for purposes of, this is an industry that is data sensitive. So they don't allow you to share most of their data. Another thing is language barrier. So many had talked about this. So since I was the one training people, also many had to train people, business processes, obviously. I only did the complex parts. Sometimes I tell these developers they need to understand business processes so that you can provide robust solutions. So we did a lot of localized training. It took a bit of time, definitely, because you train in English. So we had one guy, and by the way, shout out to Samuel. He's a representative from SOTB Burundi. Welcome, Karibu Kenya. I know you're not understanding most of the things I'm saying because he only speaks French and a little bit of Swahili, but we can talk more after this. So he was one of the guys who really came through for us during the training. So we had one project champion, we called it a single point of contact. They fortunately understood English, Kiswahili, and also French. So we taught him in English, and he translated into Kirundi and whatever, and French. So what are some of the lessons we learned during the implementation process? So remember, for every implementation process, we normally do, it's a standard for Frappe. They have provided what we call a sprint sheet, and we have in our company, I don't know about the rest, we can share. We have elicitation questionnaires whereby we use them to gather requirements from the customers. And then we define workflows, we identify and understand their pain points, and we configure the system in a way that best suits their needs. So we had to do a lot of planning, detailed planning. I've talked about it. Localization and enhanced adoptions, that one I've talked about it. And also, sometimes you need the management or the senior most guy to push the others, because we face a lot of resistance during implementation. Naturally, people are just they don't like change. And remember, most of them, they are used to, they're not computer savvy, so you can understand. You have to teach them how to use the computer first, and then the system. We did a lot of support afterwards, so we have also gone back there a few times. But not me, my juniors. Not my juniors, but my colleagues, sorry. So we try to make sure that a lot of us understand this production process, so that we can always support our customers when we are not available for the projects that we did previously. There are key deliverables, that is key success, that is operational efficiency. So we were able to streamline the inventory. ERP Next has a very robust inventory solution, so we normally, it should suffice in a way, so we don't customize it. And then we have improved usability, so you can always set language per user depending on their preference. So we have French, we have English there. We have also had Kirundi or Kinyarwanda or something. So you can always, they can choose the language they want. So regulatory compliance. So Mania talked about this. We were able to be approved after some time. So together with Mania, we did most of the reviews and evaluation. So and it was a big challenge, but eventually we managed to be compliant. So these are just some small diagrams to illustrate what we did. So you have your ERP Next instance that communicates with the Burundi ABMS system. Yeah, and all those transactions. We also had what we call dashboards. We used Tableau to define some of them. And yeah, like I said, we are not going to share most of their data because of the obvious reasons. But they are able to get all the reports they want, mostly stock, and they replenish in promptly. I have a video here from SOTB about the success story. Sorry. So I'm not going to play all of it because it is in French with some English subtitles. But you can subscribe to our YouTube channel, Navari Limited. Share and subscribe. Yeah, and you can see all these videos. We don't have only one video. We have several of them, and I've been part of it. I've been pushing for this. So we do a lot of customer stories. I did most of them, but recently we have a big team. They can do themselves and whatever. So thank you for listening to me. So I'll welcome Priska to continue. Thank you.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Priska Kibagendi. I'm an ERP consultant at Navari Limited, and I have worked with Navari Limited for 2 years, helping businesses streamline their processes with ERP Next. So today I'm going to talk about the agro-distribution industries and ERP Next at large. And fun fact about Kenya is, or Africa in general, is that in Africa, agriculture is one of the main economic activities as it contributes to 30 to 40% of Africa's GDP. And having an ERP solution tailored for that is just a game changer. So there are several ERP Next customers in the agro-distribution industries. As you can see here are just a few that we put on the screen. And today I'm majorly going to major on CropChem, International Limited, and Speedling Nurseries. So CropChem and Speedling are sister companies. As you can hear from the name, they have complementary roles. They majorly deal with, first of all, CropChem majorly does agrochemicals, fertilizers, and other farm inputs. And for Speedling Nurseries, they majorly do seedling propagation. That is growing a seed to a plant. And that is generally what they do. And together they provide solutions to customers and their farmers. And so how did CropChem hear about ERP Next? As I shared in the previous slide, there was a customer of using ERP Next, Plum Pharmacy. They heard about them, ERP Next from them, and decided to go on with the solution. And from them, they had specific implementation goals in mind. And for this, they wanted a system that could track their sales performance. Sales is very key in their processes, so they wanted a system that could really get detailed report. They wanted financial visibility, especially with the Speedling. They do transform seeds to seedlings. So they wanted to track that process, allocate budgets, know the cost. They also wanted to track their inventory management and just know what is going on, the stock levels, the stock analytics, and streamline their HR and payroll process. These are just a few of their goals they had in mind. And the implementation process. The implementation process was quite straightforward. There were no heavy customization, just a straight and a smooth, efficient implementation process. Also, we had a quick turnaround. The implementation and training took about 1 month or so for both Speedling and CropChem. And we had positive reception from the team from CropChem and Speedling. They really loved the system. They really loved us as Navari. They enjoyed the training. As much as training, yes, can be a little bit of a challenge, they took on the challenge and decided to soldier on and onboard the system. Also, we had stronger relationship with the team. We formed friendship. We went beyond just being trainers to them. We were being friends. And this helped in fostering a better collaboration with the team. So here are some key deliverables that we did, or ERP Next did to CropChem and Speedling. So one, as I mentioned earlier, one of their major processes was sales. So in their sales, they have people who go to various territories, various regions around the country, and they wanted a system that could manage these people, and these people also needed a system that they could access from the various locations they are in. So what ERP Next did is, ERP Next is a web-based system, so as long as they had internet in whatever territory they are, they could access the system and put in data, and the specific people in charge of getting the data will get and just compile detailed reports and have just real-time insights on everything is going on on everything that was going on in their sales process. And this was quite revolutionary to them, and they really loved that. And also, one of the things that I had mentioned is the territories. They wanted territorial reports, obviously, to see which territory is doing well, which territory is not doing well. So with this data, they could just get everything in one platform and could make better decisions in their sales process. Also, another thing was their inventory management was streamlined. So you see, for CropChem, they deal with agrochemicals and fertilizers. So when you come to fertilizers and chemicals, expiry date is very, very important. So for expiry date, the ERP Next has the batch management system. You can track your expiry dates, you can track your reports, and just get everything in real time. You can also track your stock aging and just see what is going on with your stock. Also, another thing was accounting automation. They were able to track their cost effectively with Speedling. They also streamlined their HR and payroll process. So here are some dashboards. They are not based on real data. This is demo data. We cannot share customer data. And these are some dashboards that they really enjoyed and they're still using. And thank you so much. And again, we also have a customer success story for CropChem. And also, I'd like to shout out to Patrick. He's the director at CropChem. He's here. You can wave to us. Here. Yes, thank you so much, Patrick. Thank you. Here's a success story for CropChem. You can again subscribe to our YouTube channel, and you can see more about customer success and what about a lot more about what Navari has done. Thank you so much for your time. Have a lovely time. So I will not get off the stage. Oh, okay. Oh, thank you. We also have more speakers coming up. So sorry, let me use this one. I will introduce our next speakers from Aquatech team. And so we've used various clapping modes. So this time, we are going to use another different clapping mode. Are you ready? Are you ready? Yes. So when I say 1, 2, 3, you just snap. It's so simple. You just snap 1, 2, 3. Okay? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Nice, nice. Aquatech team, welcome so much. So let's continue.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry. So my name is Narendra Mzava. I'm the lead functional consultant at Aquatech. Aquatech is a company in Tanzania, Dar es Salaam, and we have been partners for about 5 years now. And basically, going off of what the Navari team has been presenting, I'm going to show you a few of the customizations we've done for our markets and just give you a brief understanding about why we did them. Our team basically speaks with our clients to understand where there's a gap in the system. And when we realize that this is something that we can add value to the system, but also for other customers that may have the same need or issue, we add it to our CSFTZ, which is our customer specific features for Tanzania. So, yes. So as I said, we understand that every market operates differently. Every country may have requirements that they need, whereas the system may not have that functionality available. So our job is to understand why they need it, and if it's either a government issue or requirement, or if it's a functionality issue in terms of to make the working process easier, then we can add it. Of course, with customizations, as soon as a company understands that the system has a lot of things that can be done, they like to add high levels of customization. So our job is to direct them so that we don't over-customize the system, to make sure that the core framework or the core ERP Next still functions well with the enhancement that we are adding. So we have our, obviously, buying and selling enhancements. Your price change request is something that I will focus on, as this was something that was requested a lot by people who sell goods to your customers, is that price change request helps you understand who's requesting the price change, what was the old price, and what is the new price, and how long is it valid for. So this allows tracking to make sure there's full accountability for any change that is made in the system. And you'll have every price change, as you can see here, it's a list. You will have all the price changes listed there, the date as well, and you'll be able to make those tracks so that you can understand exactly what's going on in your organization, what prices are changed, why they're changed, and if you need face-to-face conversation with your team, then you have something to follow up from. From there, we have our banking enhancements. So we provide ERP next to schools systems. And what we did is that we worked with NMB, as a national bank in Tanzania, and we integrated with them so that when we create control numbers in the system, they can use it at NMB to pay their school fees, and it will update in the system. So it removed the hassle of going to the bank, paying, and then coming back with your proof of payments, and then having to go to the finance office. And so it simplified the process of that whole process. So that paying school fees is not a hassle, but it's a simple thing that can be done with only using a control number that is generated in the system. We have tax enhancements that we have done as well. So we have a feature in our company page, our company doc type, where you can set up your withholding tax accounts so that when you select the option to have it generate, every time you create a sales invoice or a purchase invoice and you submit it, it will automatically generate what a withholding tax journal entry. So this was very good because it simplified the process of continuously tracking all your sales and having to create with all your purchases and having to create journals for them. So that way, you know, there's already a journal created that is linked to the invoice, and you can just go follow up and submit it when you're ready. You also have this option to choose whether you want it to create in draft or you want it to submit for you automatically. Obviously, some people will prefer that it is in draft so that they can make sure everything is working correctly or all the data has been accepted, certificates, so on and so forth. So it's honestly up to you how you want it. It's also a functionality that does not have to be turned on if you want to go the manual route of creating journals yourself. We also have a VAT e-filing report. So it gives you an idea of your inputs and your outputs for your taxes, so you can also have that tracked. It's a report that was created for that purpose. We have other utility enhancements. So we like these especially because, there's a lot of issues for companies and drivers, whether it's a company that focuses on giving services for transportation, or you have in-house drivers that deliver or you use to travel from one point to another. So the first one would be pulling vehicle fines from police websites. So it's really good because, the pressure of being a driver and having to report that you have been fined may be too much, and you may not want to report it. Maybe in your mind you're thinking, I will pay it at a later date, or I'll pay it myself, but then you don't pay it and then the costs increase. So what we did was that now our doc type for your police fines will automatically pull the data continuously from the police website. So if you have registered your vehicle, the data will be pulled directly from the police website, so you will know, you will be up to date with all fines received from any vehicles that you have. So it's a good thing because now the driver doesn't even have to report, you will already know, and you will be on top of all fines that you may have received for that vehicle. It's the same concept for your parking bills. As you can see, it's linked to our Tarura website as well. So if you face any parking bill, parking fines, it will also update in the system. So you will be up to date with all vehicle information so that you can also make sure that it's covered, it's paid, and you don't incur any interest. The last one would be pulling insurance details from the tier website. So this is more of a kind of a headache type of thing. You have insurance for different things, whether it's your vehicle, whether it's any kind of insurance that you use in your company. And if it expires, it may be an afterthought that, oh, I should have renewed this, right? And you don't want to be in a position where maybe your driver is driving and your vehicle insurance has expired. That incurs costs, of course. So what we did is that we also pull insurance details from the TIRA website so that you're also up to date. So TIRA is your Tanzania Insurance Regulatory Authority. And basically, it has all the information for all your insurance details. So these allow to ease the headaches that companies may face. Small headaches, but that are common around all companies. So it really adds value to the system, and I think it helps companies in their day-to-day functionality, that they don't have to focus heavily on the small details and they can focus on the general work operations that they have. So this is an example of your vehicle fine record. Basically, it will just give you information about when it was issued, who was the officer who issued the ticket, the vehicle number, the license, as well as its status. So obviously you can see here the status is paid, and that is because the fine has been paid. So that will also update in the system. You will also be informed of what the offense was. So this helps you to understand, also on the company's part, your kind of driver, right? So you want to make sure you have a good driver so you can understand if this driver is constantly getting fines, why? I think that's important as well. And how much it costs. Then this is your parking bills. They will be listed here, the bill amount, the expiry date, the bill description, and the vehicle. And yes, that's it from me. I will be handing over to my colleague, Ekta, and she'll come up and continue the presentation. Thank you very much.
Hello to everyone. My name is Ekta Lodhari and I'm a senior implementation consultant at Aquatech Limited. I have experience in various modules and I'm specialized in HR and payroll module. Our team has made various enhancements and customizations in HR and payroll modules in order to address the specific needs and challenges faced by the businesses in the local markets. These enhancements help to save time, reduce errors, and also improve the overall efficiency in managing the workforce-related activities. Okay. One of the enhanced features we have is payroll approval. So some organizations, large organizations with a large number of employees. Example, we have one of our manufacturing companies customer who has like around 2,000 employees. So such kind of organizations require the payroll to be approved by more than one department, or it requires various stages of approval. And since a lot of salary slips will be connected to the payroll entry, it will require a lot of effort to pass through each salary slip and approve it. Hence this feature of payroll approval. So to enable this feature, a checkbox of enable payroll approval has been added to CSF-TZ settings, which once ticked will automatically tick the has payroll approval button in the payroll entry and in the salary slip. So let's take example of an organization where the HR creates the salary slip, the accountant reviews the salary slips, and then finally the finance rejects or approves the salary slips. So the flow on the screen is the one which will be followed. Yeah. Another enhancement we have is a pre-set up Tanzanian salary structure. So there are various statutory deduction components which are applicable to almost all Tanzanian employees. So instead of having to set up the salary structure over and over again, we have included the formulas in the pre-set up Tanzanian salary structure. These components include NSSF, HESLB, NHIF, SDL, PAI, and so on. Yeah. So this is the Tanzanian salary structure with the pre-set up statutory deduction components. And since these components are dependent on various factors, just let's take example of NSSF. It's applicable to employees who are aged between 18 and 60 years old. Also, we can take example of HESLB expense. This is applicable to the employees who had taken the loan during the higher education studies. So for that reason, we have added a checkbox of these deductions in the salary structure assignment. So when they are ticked, it will deduct that particular component from the employee's salary. Other enhancements we have are on reports. So our developers have created a report called Multi-Currency Salary Register Report. In this report, we have added a checkbox of multi-currency, which when ticked will show the amounts in different currencies. So let's take an example of organization where the company currency is TZS and then the employee is being paid in USD. So it will show the components in both the currencies USD and TZS. Next report we have salary register summary with monthly comparison report. These reports helps to check if there is a difference between monthly difference between amounts and analyze what's causing the difference. Yeah. So thank you. I'll now introduce our developer Sydney to take on.
Hi everyone, my name is Sydney Kibanga and I'm a senior software developer from Aquatech. So today we're going to look at Auth02 and StockTech app. So why Auth02 and StockTech app? So we had a customer that was requesting like to have a tool that could help his and his team, could help his teammate or his employees to like perform stock take process like in an offline mode. So why we opt to use this stock take app is because it's mobile applications are capable of working on an offline mode. So why Frappe O2? So for you, for your enable for your mobile app to communicate with the Frappe instance, there has to be a link between the two. So what links them? So we opted to use this Frappe O2. So there are other various ways of linking the two systems, mobile app and well as the Frappe, but for us we opt to use this Frappe O2. So basically it's a protocol that helps third party to communicate with Frappe application, or it can be even any other application. For our case now, it's Frappe because Frappe acts as a backend. So what are the points why we chose to use Frappe O2 and not token-based? As we know in Frappe, a system manager can create a token, then that token can be assigned, like you can be given that token, and that token you can use to perform your REST API calls. Then this method is not that good because of its security, because once someone has access to your source code and they have the access to that token, they can do anything in your Frappe application. They can create, they can delete, they can even modify records. So we never wanted to use this token-based, so because of its security and scalability. Then we came to this Frappe O2 because of its security, because there is no human interaction at all. You put your email, you put in your password in your Frappe instance. At the same time, the Frappe instance generates a token, so no human interaction. Then from there, in your Flutter app or your front-end app, you can store that token and use to perform your calls. So flexibility, it's flexible. As I've said previously, no human interaction. And scalability, if you have like 10 apps and don't want to communicate with one Frappe instance, so for that case, you have to create, if you go to the case of token-based, you have to generate token-based 10, let's say, for instance, 10 token-based or tokens you have to assign to those 10 apps. So it's not scalable. So what if you have 100 apps? You have again to create 100 tokens. So with Frappe Auth, no need to do that. And the good thing of this, the token that you get, it's cool because it has access control. So all the laws and permissions of that particular user will be embedded in that token. So enough of the token. How does it work? So I've created a video here that shows a process on how it works. So for instance, you are in your app, you click a get started button, you are redirected to the Frappe instance. Here you have to put in your email and your password. Once you're done, you click a login button. Then from there, the Frappe instance will ask you, like, do you want to authorize this app to access your username, your passwords, or some kind of that? No, not password, your roles and images, some kind of that. So all full name, image. Then you say accept. Then once you are done, you will be directed back to the app, and boom, you are in a homepage of your app. Now, now StockTech app. As I said previously, one of our clients wanted a tool that could help them because they have like underground warehouses where there is no internet connection at all. So they wanted a tool that could help them perform StockTech in an offline mode. So we opt to use Flutter, because some people might ask, why not PWA? Because PWA does not have that capability to communicate with device hardwares. So Frappe has that Flutter has that capability. So that's why we chose to use Flutter. So StockTech app, it's basically a mobile application that's built on Flutter, and Frappe or ERP Next act as its backend. So basically it helps just StockTech taking process in warehouses, and yeah, that is it. So why StockTech app? Because it's fast in counting, because it looks like a calculator. You scan your barcode, you scan your QR code, you put in the quantity, you are done with the counting. Accuracy, so it reduces the human error. Also, one of the coolest features that it has is offline operation, and also it has got some cool UI. It has got some cool UI. So, in front of you, there are some of the screens that our StockTech app has, and the first screen that you see, that's the like a homepage that you land on, and it has like a lot of the buttons, but I just explained a few of them. I hope the cursor can be seen. Yeah, cool. So you have this here. It's where you can click and choose the type. What of the type you want to use? Either you want to use a camera, you want to use a beam. Here you have this button here. It's where you can initiate the counting process, and here it's where you'll see the entries. Here you can see the informations, and also here you have see some setups and settings thing. So the second screen here you're seeing, it has list of the entries that you have just performed, and also the one you're seeing with the greens, that means they've been synchronized. They are performed offline, but they've already synchronized with the Frappe instance. The one you're seeing with white, those ones have not been synchronized. And the synchronization is done automatically, no human interaction at all. The third screen here, the third screen here is when you open one of these entries, so you'll see the summary, like what was the company, the date you performed that, the time, what was the warehouse, and number of the scanned QR codes or barcodes, and their respective quantity. So once you click this button of the camera, it's called a count type. So here you have two options, either use a beam or camera. So once you choose beam, this is the screen that you'll have, and some kind of a calculator where you'll be putting in your quantities. And when you decide to choose camera, this is what you land on. So it will open up a camera, and you'll have the same kind of a calculator thing where you put in your quantity. And for those who are wondering, what is a beam? So our app basically works with this device called SubMe device. So basically, this device emits a laser beam, and it helps in scanning QR codes and barcodes very, very, very fast, rather than using a camera. So if you opt to use a beam, then you do your scanning very fast. Yeah, thank you. That's all I had. Okay, so let me take this opportunity to welcome one of my colleagues, Innocent Metumba, to proceed with the presentation.
Hello everyone, my name is Innocent Metumba. I'm a software developer at Agvatech, and I have almost 1 year in Agvatech and also in learning about Frappe and ERP Next. Today I'll be sharing with you concerning about patch-based custom fields and property setter, and also I'll touch a little bit about lab equipment integration for the companies which are dealing in health care issues. ERP Next and Frappe, it comes with its specifications for it to be run, but in a certain area, there are several requirements that need to be there so it can suit the business logics of that place. Example, in Tanzania, there's so many specifications that we are using to suit the business logics in our area. So patches and property setter, it's become the very good feature which help us to make all things. As patches, it's a software updates that keeps all the consistency in the application across the version, and also it's helped us to make all the modifications that we have made, and the bug fixes are being to be available into the system. So the current way which ERP Next and Frappe is using the way of fixtures, that it is a cup of code that is written, so it can when it is running, it make all the features that are being made to that system to be available to the system. But for our side, we have found some issues that some of the patches are not running, and some of the property setters and custom fields are not appearing to the system. So we have decided to use the JSON of that particular custom field. So our implementers, when they are doing their job of consultation with the customer and create some those custom fields, and those custom fields become very, it's needed by a lot of customers. So that that field, it's been taken. We are just copying the JSON code from that field, from the system, and we are embedding it into the system by using the JSON way. This way, it becomes very easy for us, and also it helps us to make all these custom fields to be available into the system, and it's always save time, and because there's back and forth to check if this field is available, and if it is the patch is not running. So this technique helps us to we are more assured that all the property setter and custom fields are there into the system, and it helps a lot in our development stuff. So that is all about patches and custom patches concerning about custom fields and property setter. Another issue I'm going to discuss today is I'm going to touch a little bit about lab equipment and lab equipment integration. This enables the data from the machine to be migrated directly to the ERP system, and it becomes very helpful to the lab technicians into the laboratory to submit all the results from the machine, which they were making some processing into the machine. So when it gets back to the doctor will analyze those results, and of course it helps to save more of time. For now, we are just using this. We have created this doc type, which it is receiving the data from the machine itself. The doc type is called lab machine message. And when you open the document itself, or from that doc type, when there is this field here, it's called message. This is the result, the data which we are retrieving from the machine. So after retrieving that data, we have made some the middleware, which it is taking this result and analyzing it and update the lab test doc type. For those who are working with healthcare companies, are familiar with this doc type, lab test doc type. So after being taken from this doc type lab machine message, then it will update directly the particular lab test of the particular patient. And this, it is very helpful to the lab team and a lot of our customers that they are using this. They are using this. They are very grateful because it become very helpful from them. For now, we have been able to integrate this machine. These are the server-based lab machine, Mindray BC760, and Mindray BC10. These are the server-based lab machines, and also we have already make sure that we have integrated these client-based lab machines. This Mindray BS230 and Mindray BS5380 and Mindray CL900. So these are the machines that we have been able to integrate them, and we are looking more to integrate more machines so we can speed up the functionality in the laboratory activities to our customers. So thank you. I would like to welcome my friend Joshua. Thank you.
Yes, hi everyone. Okay, I am Joshua Michael, a software developer from Aquatech. And so today I am going to talk about the biometric integration enhancement for ZK-TECO and ESSL devices. First of all, here we'll have to look about the pain points that lead to this. The inefficient back and forth requests as it previously involved many requests, many API requests to the biometric to fetch the data. Also, there is difficulty in managing and validating biometric data. This is basically in an instance where there is a large amount of data, whereas a large amount of data actually requires a consistent accuracy and integrity, which when not handled well will lead to complexity in handling the data. Also, there is complex reporting and exception handling. Whereas due to inconsistent data, then some valuable data cannot be well tracked by the concerned one. Also, there is necessary steps in data transfer to Frappe HR, whereas there are redundant steps that impact time as well as complexity in data processing. And so, what are the objectives and solutions to this? Okay, first of all, what our main goal? Our main goal is to streamline the biometric data processing to the Frappe HCR, whereas we have come with a solution which has a configurable schedulers that helps in validating the data and handle well the exceptions. And how the flow is, it's like your data becomes fetched from the biometric, then becomes staged, the validation takes place, and then the data linked to employee check-in. As you can see, this is just an example of the flow, how the data comes from the biometric up to the employee check-in. Yes, what are the key features of the integration now? First, it is to ensure that the device communicates well with the system to fetch the real-time data. Also, we have come up with a new module that integrates with Frappe HCR by taking the biometric data to it. Then real-time updates whereas we have ensured the instantly records of the logs from the biometric. And here comes the biometric data staging. It's actually a dedicated doc type that captures the raw data from the biometric and stores it, which also acts as a permanent, it's a permanent storage of this data and giving space for the, and it gives space for the biometric to have a more space for a more memory that will actually impact the efficiency of the biometric. This doc type, it contains such fields like attendance device ID, the timestamp, punch type, and the status for consistency. So how the validation and cleaning is done here? By default, when the data are being taken from the biometric to this new doc type, then they come with a pending status, which means that they are waiting for the processing to be taken place. Then, when the processing is being done, then the data are flagged differently. Like the one that the ID matches with that of the employee in the employee doc type, then are processed and linked to employee check-in, leaving the processed status. Also, those doesn't match any of the ID, then those will be flagged as ignored since they are unnecessary data. And also, if it comes like a data with the same timestamp for the same ID become recorded, then only one of them will be taken out and other will be marked as a duplicate. Okay, this it's just like a flow, how it is, how it all works. And this is our doc type, and this is how it handles various data from the biometric before and after being processed to the employee check-in. And this is actually, for example, of the devices that we have managed to integrate them, and both of them, they are just responsible for collecting the data, the data for the employee in a real-time manner. Also, about exception reporting, this it gives a chance for the concerned one, like the HR team or system managers, to be getting a report of the data depending on various status. Like at the end of the day, before a date changes, it will send an email showing like how many data has been processed, how many have been ignored, how many are duplicate, and so forth. And then, what are the benefits of biometric integration now? It brings efficiency, as it reduces manual intervention. Also, it provides security in such a way that it only ensures only the required employee are being tracked and preventing those unauthorized one from their data being processed actually. And so the data that are collected from the biometric gives an insight and become more valuable to different departments, including the HR department, whether it's for analytics, payroll, and other operations. That's for me. Thank you. That's all from Aquatic team.
So we do it the African style again. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. All right. Okay. So before we have our next speaker, I want us to do a 5-minute exercise with you guys. So this is what it will entail. You will speak to your neighbor, tell them your key takeaways from today's session, from every presentation that has happened, and I will put one of you in the spotlight to just share with us what your neighbor has said, okay? So speak to your neighbor, make sure it's someone you don't know, and just interact, share the key takeaways. You're going to tell me their name and their key takeaways, okay? All right, you can start.
ऐसा default screen बस दिखाने के लिए. If you don't want to show this right now, do you want to show this right now?
All the other presentations
are on this.
ठीक है? अभी तो तेरा live है. Your wireless mic is okay? You're good? No. It's okay? All right. So I'll just tell them to speak for... All right, all right. Now it's time for me to bring the mic to you. So make sure you've known the name very well. Yes, so I'm coming. All right.
Hello everyone. My name is Caleb Kemoy. I'm from Angani Limited. So my neighbor here, called Susan, her key takeaway was the application of the stock tech. It was a really good application. That's a plus for her. That's it.
All right, let's give a warm, hearty clap. All right, thank you. Thank you so much all for participating. You can hear me without the mic? All right, okay. So I'm going to introduce our next speaker. He is going to tell us about the Frappe building stuff, the dev stuff, really understand more about it. So help me welcome Suraj. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much.
Hello everyone. Fine. Yeah. Hello everyone. I'm Suraj Shetty, product engineer of Frappe Builder. Today we will create something live, and during that process we'll discover some of the interesting new features that we introduced recently. But before that, I just want to know how many of you know about Frappe Builder already? Quite a few. Okay. So for those who don't know about Frappe Builder, it's a low-code website building tool that gives you an intuitive editor using which you can create your web pages, and it also gives you the publishing platform. With a single click, you can publish your web pages and also manage your websites quite easily. So I'll go through all the highlighting features of Frappe Builder, since in the previous Frappeverse I've already showed all major features. I'll just show the highlighting features, and then we will start creating a web page and also explore the features. First of all, obviously Visual Builder. Frappe Builder comes with this primitives like container, text, and images, using which you can create your web pages. You just drop it on your canvas, and using this properties panel, you can modify the style, dimension, and the layout of your element. In Frappe Builder, all the elements that you see, we call it blocks. So you can style blocks, you can change the behavior of the block using these properties. It is also responsive. It supports responsive designs, like you can have a slightly different variation of your design for other devices like tablet and mobile. You can just override some styles from the desktop variant, and you don't have to redo things again. So most of the users, as you might have seen that Frappe Builder comes with very minimal tool. So most of the users might find it difficult to get started because not many people will intuitively get how to design page. So block templates help you get started with Frappe Builder. Like you can drop stuff on canvas and pretty easily create a page. Using this, you can understand the best practices of. So this lets you understand the best practices of creating a block, and you can reuse those styles to create your own pages. So as you create more and more pages, you tend to redo lots of styles. So what component system does is it lets you save a designed block, and it lets you reuse them as you need it. So one more important feature of component is it will let you sync the style later on. Like if you want to change something in your component, for example, I've used the component and now I'm trying to edit something. For example, I'm stretching the label of my block. So once you save it, it syncs across the instances of those blocks. And not only this, if you have used it on different pages, it will get synced there as well. So this will be very useful when you are creating not hundreds, but in Frappe we have hundreds of pages, but yeah, if you have more than 10 pages, this will definitely be useful. So as I said, when you are creating more and more pages, you need to reuse lots of design that you have created. So what variables in route does is, it lets you load different kinds of content on a single page. You create one page and you can load different kinds of content using this variable in your URL. For example, in this, suppose I have item code as a variable. Now I can pass any data into that. For example, nut butter, cherry tomatoes and all that. And based on this dynamic value, I can fetch the data in the page and show it. So you just create one page and based on that dynamic URL, you can fetch the data and show it. Other small feature that lets you create a good identity to your page is custom fonts. This will let you transform your page from normal looking to somewhat having more character to it. And yeah, it could be your brand related font or the requirement of the page. If it suits the aesthetic of the page, then you can have different font for that. There are other features like this, not going into detail of all those. What we will do is, recently when during the last Frappeverse, I announced one feature called Figma plugin, which lets you translate Figma design to your Frappe Builder. So it was an experiment. It was at experimental phase. Right now it's in beta phase. So using that, we'll try and create a page which will quicken our creation process. So I'll start. Okay. So yeah, this is one Figma design that I found online. So we will try and use this to recreate that page in Frappe Builder. So yeah, this is the empty canvas. Now we can start. First things first, how Figma plugin works is you copy few sections of your page, paste it on your builder, and make few tweaks as you want, because one-to-one translation does not happen, because Figma is a design tool and this is a website creation tool. So you have to tweak few things. So yeah, I'll start and we will understand the process. So to enable Frappe builder to Figma plugin, you hit command P and you can find Figma to Frappe builder. If you search it, you will find it. Yeah, it's a simple plugin. You just select your node on Figma. Click copy and then move to your builder. Yeah, so most of the things are perfect, and I think we just need to add some spacing over here. And yeah, so this is just a div right now. It's not a button. It is showing the name as button because we have button written over here. It just copies the name, but it is not actually a button. So to make it a button, we have to change the tag to button. So once you do that, you will get a cursor icon over it. This is still in a bit broken state, see. So what we can do is we can select this frame and reduce the gap bit in that, and mostly it should fix things. If not, we'll have to remove the fixed width on this, or else we can reduce the size. And yeah, it was looking a bit broken because my screen is already zoomed in, so maybe because of that. So yeah, so once this looks good, I'll hit publish so that I can see the actual page, and this is how it looks, quite good. But in other devices, we still have to adjust. So for this, what we can do is we can use the builder's feature to change the direction. Instead of showing it vertically, we can make it horizontal and hide it maybe if it is not required. So this could show up on a click if you want. So for now, I'll hide it. Can reduce this and maybe change the direction. So as you might have noticed, when I do changes in tablet, it translates to mobile as well. So it cascades. We can reduce the padding here. We don't need this much of padding. See, because of fixed width, it was leaking out of the device. So what we can do is we can make it stretch. So it will take 100% of the device. This is applicable only on mobile. If you want, you can do it on desktop as well. But if we make it stretch here, it might not look good. So in this case, what we can do is we can set a max width So till max width, it will consider it as 100%, and then after that it will stop. So maybe 450, 500. Yeah, this looks good. So for these, we can just change the direction, I think, and center align. I'll give a gap, and instead of changing the direction, what we can do is we can keep the direction and say it should wrap. Looks much better, right? So yeah, so similarly we can do it for other devices as well. If image is too big, we can change the width and height. If this is fixed width and height, then we'll have to change it. Okay, for now I'll not edit that. Cool. Yeah, this was the basic of it. Let me add few more things, using which we can experiment some dynamic data. So maybe we can look at how we can use our web forms to integrate with our page. So this, instead of using this, maybe, even if I copy this directly, I don't think it will come as it is. I will show. See, things are broken because this is not perfectly aligned with the auto layout, I think. So we anyway don't need these fields because we will have our own web form. So I'll remove this, and in this, and remove this as well. Instead, what we can do is we can directly copy it as image. So I've copied it already. I'll paste it here. Change the looks similar. Now we have this space for our web form. So I already have a web form in my Frappe instance. So this is an inquiry web form. So I'll just show you how it looks. This is how it looks in a normal setting. But if you want to use it in Builder, you can use copy embed code and paste it on here. Now we can just so we need space between them, right? So we can double click on this and it creates space between that, and can just adjust the spacing. I changed the radius of this box, but it did not reflect, mainly because the overflow setting was not set to hidden, and now it should work. So yeah, so we also have form now. Can someone give me time check, please? So I'll just cover this much because it will take more time, but I think you get the gist of how we can translate some of the already existing design to a builder. So things like this, which are simple, get translated very easily, and few complex layout like this might take some time to fix. So yeah, these things works perfectly. I think you will have to redo this part. So yeah, the web form should work. Now one thing I think I missed was this disturb this layout, so maybe we can redo this part, but I'll hide this. Okay, thank you. So I have 2 minutes left. I'll quickly show one small feature that once you publish and make changes, the builder provides you with the undo and redo thing, but if you accidentally refresh it and your undo stack is gone, then you can now use revert changes to recover your published page at least, and then you can rework on that. So yeah. So yeah, I'll stop, but there are many features like this to explore. You have folders where you can manage if you have lots of pages, things like that. So yeah, if anyone has any question, let me know. We can conclude. Yeah, thank you.
If anyone has a question, feel free to ask him as he's still standing here.
Anyone?
Thank you for the lovely presentation. We would have loved you to go on and on. No time check for you, but I know time is about lunchtime. Just a quick one. I wanted to ask if it is possible to import Vue components to this. And secondly, if this can be an app on its own instead, I mean, basically, can you bootstrap a website app out of this, detached from Frappe?
So you want to export HTML, CSS, and JavaScript out of this so that you can host it anywhere else. And the
yes,
first
if that's
question,
the easiest option, yes.
Yeah, the first question was about
Vue components.
Vue components. So right now it is not supported, but in my list there is one feature that I am thinking of working on is shipping few components, functional components with Builder, so that you don't have to write scripts for example, carousels and all those things which need some script. Things like that I'm planning to ship with Builder, but not Vue as of now, but if someone tries and implements it and contributes it, why not? So yeah.
Hi. Just a question. Do we see this going into styling doc types? I know it's mostly for the website, but working with Frappe, people always ask, can we add styles to Frappe, to the doc types itself? And what you were doing was really, really interesting. So I was just wondering if we can also have this going into like doc types and stuff like that, like the styling of doc types?
I think next talk will answer that question.
Okay, thanks.
Cool. So yeah, I'll be around. If you have any doubts, let me know. Yeah, thank you.
So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yes. So we shall have our next speaker. Her name is Rucha, still part of the Frappe team. She is going to talk about what the question that he asked. And let me just give a brief overview of what she's going to talk about. We will explore building an app with Frappe Studio and powerful elements behind it. So Rucha, if you... Okay, let's wait for her. So you can still, again, talk with your neighbor and just share key takeaways. Make sure you just interact with him or her. Make sure you know him. Share key takeaways. All right. So let's welcome her in the African style. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you so much for the warm welcome. I'm Rucha Mahabal. I have been at Frappe for a significant time. So I have worked on apps like healthcare, Frappe HR, ERP Next in the past. Currently, I'm working on an app builder with the Frappe framework, which is called Frappe Studio. So I had presented a glimpse of it in the annual Frappeverse conference held in India in October last year. And today I'm going to share some developments in it with the help of an app that we'll see. So for those of you who don't know, Frappe Studio is an app builder based on top of the Frappe framework using Frappe UI components. And it gives you a flexibility to be a composition tool like Frappe Builder. So let's create a newsletter app, and see how the features help us to build the app. So I'll create a new app from here. It's called Brew Letter. Excuse my naming, I know it's not great. Naming is hard. Brew because coffee. So we'll start with app building. We'll add some pages. So basically this is a newsletter app, so it will have a list of all your newsletters, a list of subscribers, and some view to compose your newsletter, right? So there are 3 pages. And you can configure the routing for the pages from your app builder. Let's start by building the lists. So first we'll build a newsletter list. We'll drop a container and adjust some styles. Make this a flex box as a containing component for all our other components. And we'll add a sidebar component to this. So I'll edit the menu items in my sidebar. Currently it's newsletters and subscribers. So on the right-hand side, we'll have another container, which will house our header and the actual list. So we can build a header with a div. We can resize this, convert this to flex, add some shadow. So I added a text block for adding the title for the page. And the other thing we'll need is a primary button for the list, right? To create a new record from here. So we'll add some padding to make it look cleaner. Now you can go to individual components and edit the component props for these view components. So my title is newsletter for the text block. I can adjust the sizes from here. For the button, I'll have a label changed. I can adjust the variance, theme, and size as per Frappe UI components. and then I'll grab a list view, right? So you will have some initial data when you drag components on the canvas, so that till you connect the data, you at least have some preview of it. So with this our first page is ready, which is the newsletter list. Now in Vue, there is a concept of props and slots. So basically slots let you customize parts of the component. So for example, in this, the header says Frappe, but I want to customize the header of the sidebar, right? So I can click on the component, and I have available slots over here, and I see a placeholder for my header. So I can go ahead and drag other components into the slot to customize it. Or another option is directly editing the slot. So you can add Vue code here, which will get dynamically rendered. So I see my app logo now here. So now we build the basic layout. Let's connect data. So I have a newsletter doc type within the framework. There are certain fields like subject, content, status, and scheduling details. So for this data to be available in the front end, first I'll adjust my columns in the list view and add a new data source. So I'll call this newsletters because that's what we are fetching from the backend. I'll select the doc type. I'll select all the fields that I require. In this case, I don't want to filter out anything or transform the results coming from the backend. So this is the object browser that I see. All the data from your backend is visible. And now I can wire the dynamic data to the list view component. So you see we have newsletters over here. Now I've created all this for one page, and the layout is almost going to be similar for the subscriber list. So I don't want to do it all over again. I can just duplicate the page and change the data source there from newsletters to subscribers. Again, adding the data source, mapping the columns, linking the data to the list, and I have my subscriber list ready. This is the second view. Similarly, I have the third view, which is the individual newsletter component. So in this case, I won't have the list view. I just added two buttons. One is the primary button for saving, and other is for sending the newsletter out. We'll come to composing the newsletter in a bit. And something is different in this case. So this component will show up based on dynamic URL that you have. So you will have the newsletter ID in your URL. So while fetching the data source, we can enable dynamically fetch document using filters. And I set the ID equal to route.params.id, which comes from my routing parameters in Vue. So now coming to forms. So newsletter is a doc type in the backend, and I want all the fields mapped in the front end as well. But if we just create another form component, it will be very similar to desk. So I want to have the flexibility of adding fields from any form into some containing layout. So I have this container over here. I don't want to remember all the fields that I have to add from the backend. So what I can do is I can go ahead and right click and add fields from a doc type. So I select the doc type, select all the fields that I need, and Studio will map my backend fields to Vue or Frappe UI components in the front end. You can change whatever you want over here if you don't like the predefined stuff. And once I do that, I get all my fields over here. So I don't have to individually drag and drop based on my schema in the backend. Other things we would need is when you're building an app, you need variables and controlling the components in your app, right? So let's say, for example, in this layout, there is a checkbox for schedule sending the email or newsletter at a given time. And you have to set the date time field based on that. So I only want to show the date time field when my checkbox is checked. For that, I can go ahead and add a variable for schedule the sending, and it will be a Boolean variable defaulted to false. Now I want to bind this variable with my form control. So whenever the user toggles it, my variable also updates. So I can click this and link it to any variable, in this case the one that we just created. And now I can set a visibility condition on the second component. So it will only be visible when schedule sending is true. So once I publish this, the visibility is controlled through variables. So now we built the form, we added variables. Now we want to insert the newsletter record into the backend. So for that, I have different variables based on the form that I have added. And they are wired with my properties for every control. So now I want to do this when I click on the save button. So I add an event on the click action to insert a document, select the doc type, and I'll map my field and variable field on the database with the variable on the front end. And I can add some success message and error message over here that will show up when my record gets inserted successfully or it fails. So let's publish this. I set some subject for the newsletter. I add content, and you can see a preview of the Markdown editor right beside this. And when I click on save, my newsletter gets saved, and you can find it in the document in the backend. So you didn't have to write any code for this. You just have to do configurations to map the fields and variables from the front end. Other things are API calls on events. So we did the saving, but there are other things like sending the newsletter. So I can call any backend API and link it to buttons, click events. Similarly, wire success and failure messages over here. And you could also have more detailed UI. Like for example, here I want to have the newsletter matrix. So I've added some other things like the badge on top, which shows you the status of the newsletter, whether it's sent or not, and some other things like the total views, the view rate, and total recipients of the newsletter. So this is all wired from the backend. You can see the dynamic data linking here. Yeah, so this is how it can look. So the point is you can build your forms freely. It won't look the same as it looks in the desk. You can have fields from multiple forms in the same layout, do actions, insert records from the front end via actions, which is not currently possible in the desk. So Studio is trying to remove the friction that we need, that we face currently, to build more intuitive UIs that our new products have. That's it. Thank you.
So we may have some questions. If you have any questions, feel free.
Hi, Rusha, thanks. What about PWA? Is there any functionality supported?
PWA is not a part of this currently. I don't think the first version will have PWA, but later on maybe that might be a part.
When to expect it?
Rough. Yeah, maybe the build or the next Frappeverse conference. So, yeah.
simple. When can we trial it?
So I'll try to make it open source bit before the actual release for like beta testing. But since app building is so vast, right, we have so many use cases and we are going deeper into what all we can cover and making the experience better in the first release itself. So yeah, I mean, I have committed 2025, but I'll release the open source version sooner. So.
Any other questions?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So let's give her a clap. The African way. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Let it be. 1, 2, 3. Yes. So tell your neighbor it's lunchtime. Again, tell your neighbor it's lunchtime. I know this gets people excited. So lunch is ready, and we are expected to be back by 2:20 p.m. So that's around 50 minutes from now. So you can go have your lunch. And the lunch, everyone has meal cards. If you don't have a meal card, please raise your hand. All right, okay. So lunch is at Margaret Kobia building. Margaret Kobia building is, you will go outside through here, then walk down, like down the hill, and you will see a building, just straight. You will see a big building called Margaret Kobia. That's where we're going to have our lunch. Feel free to interact with anyone. If you have further questions, sit with them, ask questions, and just interact. So again, let's clap for ourselves as we go for lunch. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yes, thank you. Everyone, even those outside, kindly let's have our seats. We are about to start. Kindly come in and let's have our seats. Hi everyone, let's come in and have our seats. Hi everyone, let's join in. Those outside, kindly let's join in. And remember to sit with someone whom you'd never sit with. So I know some people are still sitting with people they know. Sit with someone you're not familiar with. I see some laughing at me. Yeah, sit with someone, interact. Yeah, as you're sitting down, remember to mix up your sittings. So, yeah, don't sit with someone you've sat with before. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for coming in. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. And this is, I think it's the 7th time I'm introducing myself since 2 days, but it's okay. It's me, my name is Quresh, and I'm from Akik Solutions. We are proud partners with Frappe and providing ERP next solution in the market. It has been a journey. I'll explain about a journey a bit. So it has been from 2021 that we had partnered with ERP Next. And so far, we have on our profile all those partnerships. So if you can see here, we have Frappe, ERP Next, Zectico. When we talk about Zectico, it's not only the biometrics, but we have parking solutions, security solutions, all type of solutions under us. And also we provide AWS and cloud solutions. So a little bit of explanation how we onboarded ERP Next. So this was a decision process. If you can see here, yeah, it was a fight basically between me and my partner. Yeah, so it was a very hard decision on when we started our company in 2021, which solution should we onboard. So we had a list of solutions and we were just exploring those solutions. We come from an ERP background for 20 years of experience. So we looked at many solutions in the market. And finally, this was the fight. And here we decided, okay? Yeah, it looks like it's the same day, but it's not, okay? It took us around 2 months. Okay. So, okay, the red cross doesn't mean the solutions are bad. No, nothing bad about them, okay? But definitely ERP Next is the best. And trust me, it is 100%. And trust me, it's 100% open source. When I say 100%, I mean it. Imagine that fight which you saw earlier. So it resulted into an ERP Next, okay? So here, these are our industries that we have implemented. We basically go into a bit of enterprise level. So we have implemented manufacturing, agriculture, pharmaceutical, paper conversion, construction, distribution, oil and gas, NGOs and retail, and many more. We actually go into many complex implementations. We implement them. So it's good to introduce my team over here. Okay? Who can guess? Who's the technical and who are the sales? Anyone? Yes? No. So the gentleman drinking the coffee, I think he's there, he's taking the photographs. Yeah, so he's the sales guy, okay? And this is the sales team, and this is purely a technical team. And this lady also is a technical team, but she's on cloud, okay? She's okay. So this is a case study over here. The case study that we have is basically glass and steel industry. And if you can see here, I'm proudly to say that we have on board 2 big clients. One is Impala Glass Industries. They are in Kenya for around, I think now 60 years. Okay, and we have Medco. They are into steel industry. And it's again a long journey, I think more than 30 or 40 years in the market. So here, when we started to engage with them, with our clients, basically those are the common key challenges that they were facing. You can see here there was inaccurate production planning, okay? And remind you here, when I talk about glass and steel, it's not a finished goods that they are selling. It's actually a fabrication business. So in fabrication business, basically, there is no fixed BOM, which we name it as bill of material. It's basically every project is unique. So you can't have a fixed BOM and just produce, okay? So it's a bit complex process. So they came up with, we saw their legacy system, how it's working. They had actually many fragmented systems, 3-4 systems being worked together. HR is a different system. You can find the inventory system is different, the production system is different, then billing is different. So here, when we went to to Impala Glass and Metco, especially when I talk about Impala Glass, because they were using different systems over here, we finally suggested them the solution, that's ERP Next, because everything will come under one roof. Okay, so you have the manufacturing, the projects, HR and payroll, sales and CRM, finance, buying, inventory. So even the directors of the company, instead of looking in different dashboards, it's now just one dashboard. And we are keeping on improving those areas over here by actually focusing on the reporting part. Okay, so here I'll show you what we have developed. Okay, just a snapshots for you to understand how we actually go and customize the solution for our customers. Okay, so a key development over here was PD checks. Now, those who are familiar with ERP Next, there is actually a feature called future payments. Okay, but here the intention was to show the customer, when I'm sending a statement to the customer, it should show which are the current outstanding PD checks with me and the final balance. Okay, so that tool was developed over here. So the person sitting in the finance department has a proper visibility of the PD checks have been received or has been paid to my suppliers. And when I send the statement to my customer, it shows the actual ledger balance, and then it deducts the PD checks, okay, received, and it shows the final due over here. Okay, so these were one of the tools from the finance side. Other tool was a multi-level sales analysis report. Okay, we all know there is a report called in ERP Next called Sale Analytics, correct? So we took this report one step ahead. This is just one example. There are many reports we have worked upon. Okay, so what it does over here, I think it was a GIF file, but I don't know, it's not playing the animation here. Anyways, so what it was doing, you see here up we have levels, level 1, level 2, level 3, correct? And those levels has item, item group, customer, customer group, and many other masters. So as you keep on selecting the level, the system starts grouping for you the report. Okay, so you can say, for example, I want to see my sales report, sales analytic reports, because it shows also the gross profit for you. So it shows you the group of the customer. Maybe the second one, I want to see the group of the items. So it will go again and slice for you the group of the items. And the third level could be by salesman. Okay, so it goes into a proper in a hierarchy and shows you the report with the details. If you want the summary, you just click on the summary button and summarizes for you the whole report. Other solution was, sorry, the data is blurred because of the NDA with the customers. So the other report was the sales order and how do I build up a finished goods using components. Okay, example, I want to build maybe a cupboard. Okay, and the cupboard has doors, it has steels, it has many layers of steels, maybe railing, maybe hinges. Okay. And it's not unique, so I cannot go and do a BOM. On the spot, I have to give a quotation to my customer. I can't wait and go and do a basic BOM. So what we have done, on the spot over here, you put your components, the cost of the components appears here, and directly it builds up to the finished good up. Okay, so on the spot, you are able to give a quotation to your customer. And once the order is confirmed, then you will go and create a BOM. Otherwise, what happens if you go and create the BOM from the first time, you will end up with thousands of BOMs in the system, and then data cleansing becomes an issue. Another key development was the job card tool. You know how job cards in ERP Next beautifully, when you have a work order, when you execute a work order, it creates job cards based on the different operations. Okay, again the data is blurred here because of the NDA. So here now The client had a whiteboard, and he was beautifully managing things using a whiteboard and a magnetic card. So he had the processes up, and on the processes up and also on the side, and he used to place the magnetic cards. So I feel if one magnetic card falls, means the job has been completed, correct? But that becomes an issue because the job has not been completed. So the client asked us, okay, let's have a developed tool whereby I can see all my job cards in a dashboard, and it's color coded, those which have been completed, those which have been still in process. Okay, so this was also one of the development that has been done. Okay, so basically what is the impact? See, when I give a solution to any customer, any of us taking a solution, basically I have to look at the outcome and the impact. So the impact was definitely there was an overall time reduction between sales and production. Imagine people carrying papers from sales into production all the time, and in between something is lost. So 25% that time reduced. Why? Because we integrated ERP Next with their production software. You see, a production machine comes with a software, okay? We integrate it so that directly the sales order hits once it's approved, it hits the production software, and the production people are directly ready to produce the goods, okay? The customer started introducing another division of business because there were proper visibility of the sales. They started van sales, and then definitely manual work of the job cards went away, and 60% reduction in the recurring license because it's an 100% open source. So these are our happy customers, but trust me, I don't have any other slides showing unhappy customers. So all of them are happy, okay, and we are proud. So we have the whole Impala group of companies, okay, on the top, and all other customers over here. And I think some of the customers are here already, and I don't want to keep on saying we are good or we are better. So one of the things here, what we are going to provide, the PD check tool. We are making an announcement, PD check tool. We are going to contribute it on GitHub, okay, very soon. You will have a proper documentation there. And till it comes, if anyone needs that tool, they can reach us out, and we are definitely going to help to have the PD check tool installed for them, okay? Definitely. Okay, so I think let few of our customers speak about us. I think we have the CFO of Impala Glass over there. We would like you to, can we hand over the mic to him? Maybe he can have a word.
Good afternoon all. My name is Zoeb Waliji. I am the finance manager at Impala Glass Industries. Impala is a 60 plus years old company, and the computerization journey began about 10 years back only. We started off with an off-the-shelf software, which is called Sage. Now, in a manufacturing environment, this was falling short in a lot of places. And while we did a lot of customization and improvements, we always had this stumbling block whereby we were being pushed to South Africa, to the Sage head office for implementation of customization. This became very frustrating. We then were approached by Kick Solutions with the ERP solution. At first I was very apprehensive, having dealt with a number of softwares in my experience. But they convinced the management, and we took the dive. We have been with ERP now for 3 years, and we have just, within a month, migrated from version 13 to version 15. And I must say that the support we have received is really exceptional. Yeah, because as much as it's an upgrade of an existing system, there are a lot of different enhancements done to the version 15, which started bringing us some problems. At the end of the day, we are very satisfied with the support. We are very satisfied with the post-dated check tool, and because we do collect a lot of post-dated checks, and monitoring these becomes a big challenge. But with the tool, it's been an easy ride. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm welcoming also Mr. Tanuj. He is the Managing Director of Medco.
Hi, my name's Tanuj Shah. I'm the Managing Director at Medco Limited. Some of you are familiar with me. I've been here last year when we had this same conference. And so our journey with ERP Next began in 2019. I was looking for a solution that was going to help me with my business. And I looked at Odoo, I looked at ERP Next, I looked at a few other solutions. And I chose ERP Next because there was the cloud, there was that containerized version of it, which I could install on my own laptop, and I could tinker with it and test it out and try and see what it can do for me. And that was really the selling point. So when I was able to play with the software without having to pay a subscription or just have a time limit, it helped me to develop and understand how I'm going to use the software. So for the first 2 years, we were running ERP Next on a laptop. It was version 13. Version 11. And we started with just the sales part of it in terms of the sales orders and the invoicing. Then we started moving to, we saw that the capability is quite good, so we wanted to expand it into the other areas. Manufacturing was quite tricky to do in the beginning in version 11. So we tried it out, and we weren't very successful with it in the beginning. Then we identified that there is definitely a need to move to this software properly. And that's when last year, when I was here, we interviewed a few of the Frappe partners, and we then ended up selecting a KIC based on our requirements and based on what they already told us they're capable of doing to actually move us from version 11 all the way to version 15. And with the various, we went through the full software development lifecycle with them because they needed to understand our requirements, make sure that they understand how we do the business, because we weren't going to, the software is there to support the business and not the other way around. So the advantage with ERP Next is that it could be customized and tailored to how we want to run our business. And Akik has been really great in making sure that that happens for us. And we went live with version 15 within 3 months of them joining the project. So the actual speed at which it was put into action is also quite impressive, because if you want a full-blown ERP, and you take on one of the big consultants, it can be anywhere between 6 months to 1 year before something actually kicks in for you to use. And so part of this just-in-time or agile development really helps. And whenever I have a problem, I call Nasser and say, look, fix this, please. And next day in the morning, it's fixed, and we're continuing with our business. So that's what I would like to share in terms of our journey. And I'm really happy to be here to explain how we've used it. And I'm sure if you are talking to other manufacturing partners or other businesses, this is a good tool. It is a tool. It can't work on its own. It will work with other processes within your company. And by collecting all of that together, the advantage is that you will improve your overall processes. Great, thanks. Does it?
Thank you very much. And I wished I would have extended the presentation, but I think there is a time limit. So thank you very much, and we shall meet. And if anything like for the PD check tool, if you need, you can contact us. Okay? Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Yes, let's go back to our culture. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. All right, okay. So remember we called on to the clouds? So they are here, but in other versions. So right now we are going to have our speaker, Arun. He's going to speak about Frappe Cloud. So let's welcome him, our style. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yes.
Hi. So honest raise of hands. How many of you guys are sleepy here right now? Cool. Nice. Cool. Great. So I'm Arun Mathai. I'm one of the engineers in the Frappe Cloud team. And this would be a small presentation as to what really is the use case of Frappe Cloud, why we are so pricey, and what benefit you can take out of it, right? So if you were to ask me what is Frappe Cloud, in one word, it is hassle-free hosting for your Frappe apps, right? How does anyone develop their software, right? You follow a software development life cycle, right? You start planning, you design, you do your development, you do your testing, you do your maintenance, and then you do your deployment, right? With Frappe Cloud, we plan to eliminate the last two portions, like completely. Now you may ask me, okay, Arun, I already have a team of 7 engineers and 3 DevOps engineers. I say with Frappe Cloud, you have 10 developers and no development DevOps team, right? That's the sort of power you want with Frappe Cloud. You should do what really matters to you, and we take care of the rest. Now, let's describe what your life would be without Frappe Cloud, right? You would go out in the market, provision a server, you update the operating system, install the OS, install the database, proxy servers, you install bench, you create a site, and then after that, if you want to do migrations, you pray to God, right? That's the thing you do. But with Frappe Cloud, you just click some buttons, right? We are spoiling you, like that's what we want to do. So we'll just have a quick look as to how that works. As you can see, you just go, click a set of apps, you select your plan, we give you a domain as well. For example, you click on terms, that's it. That's all that it took for you to get a new site. And for upgrades, you just choose what all apps you want to upgrade, and then you click a button, and then we take care of the rest. Really, I want you to imagine how much DevOps costs and how much headache you have lost because Frappe Cloud is there in the picture, right? Let's say you have built a product, you have shipped something, but there is something critical that you forgot to deploy, right? Instead of manually going into your server, SSHing into it, pulling the updates, making sure the migrate happens, you can just go and click a button on Frappe Cloud and make sure that the update was deployed seamlessly, right? Now you might ask, is that all, man? Like I can do this, one server at a time. But just imagine, right? You have hundreds of servers you're managing for your clients. Is it really practical for you to manage all these servers? Even if you have some sort of scripting or, like an Ansible or like a Terraform playbook, it's not feasible. Now, what we bring is analytics, right? From the day you migrate your site onto Frappe Cloud, we give you a suite of analytics, like bar graphs everywhere. So this is your server level analytics. What do I mean by that? So you can see over a period of, as a function of time, right, how has your application server or your database server been performing, right? You can correlate it with other metrics which I'll show, and you can make sense. Okay, at this point of time, there was an inflection in the CPU usage. Oh, so this is where I have to optimize. Okay, this I can see that during these hours of the time, this is where I'm having maximum usage. Maybe this is the time my market is most active, you know. Then this is another form of server analytics wherein you can see things at a site level, right? Then from site level, you can see your daily usage, how much was your uptime, your request, and your CPU usage, right? This is the most important and the most valuable part, frequent request. If you want to know which API endpoint is the hottest, you want to see which API endpoint of mine is the most hottest so that I can optimize it betterly. That you can see each individual request, how much time did it take, right? Let's say you're submitting something through an API request, it's taking 10 seconds. That's not good. You should have something you know, within a second or two at large, right? Then you can see your frequent slow queries. So we do like an entire database profiling, and we show you a list of all the slow queries that are there on your site. And then you can see what are your background jobs, what's running. If you have a report which is taking too long, these are all the metrics we collect, and we give it to you from the very day you start your site on Frappe Cloud, right? Reports, right? For the more technical people, this is like a jackpot, right? You can see your request logs. Binary logs are basically your DLL changes that you make to your database, process lists, your slow queries again, and then deadlocks. That's the biggest thing. If your site is stuck for some reason and you don't know exactly what is happening, more or less it's due to a deadlock, right? And you can get a report of that on Frappe Cloud as well. So this is a feature which I love the most. It gives you a list of all the slow queries on a site, and then it recommends you which index you have to run, and with a click of a button, you can add the database index. We just eliminated the basic need of a database administrator, right? If you were on a site, you would actually have to go to a DBA and be like, oh, can you please profile my database, tell me which queries are running slow? You don't need any of that. Just go, click a button, it's all for you. Now, logging, right? We log everything, we just love logging, right? So, in Bench, these are your application level logs. So you wrote an application, you deployed it somewhere, there are only 3 outcomes. Either the application works, it doesn't work, or it somewhat works. But you need more insights as to what is happening. So all the logs that you get at a bench or your application level, you get it on Frappe Cloud, right? The most is your worker log, right? What's happening on your worker level, your error logs, your socket IO, your WebSockets real-time messaging not working. Everything can be debugged with logs. And we provide you on Frappe Cloud. One of our engineers, Suhail, he made this beautiful UI so that instead of manually scrolling through it, you can just search through this click by click, sorted by time. So you know exactly what happened when, and you can correlate. Correlation is the biggest masterpiece of Frappe Cloud. And then activity logs. Let's say you have partners managing your site, or you have multiple people within your team, and you want to know who did what, right? It should not be like the intern came, pushed something, and be like, I didn't do it, so you can now know for a fact that, he did what he did. So, yeah. Then again, access control, you can give access as to who has access to operate the site, operate the bench, create the bench, allow for server creation, etc., etc. Now, what actually makes Frappe Cloud so unique is the ability to isolate environments. And what do I mean by that, right? So this is what we call as a bench group. This is very similar to your Docker Compose file or like a template wherein you exactly tell, okay, this is the app I want, this is the version, this is the branch, and this is the commit hash. And we create an reproducible build for that given image. So you know that if that bench group, wherever you deployed it, that image, the container is always going to be the same. So the bench group is a file which behind the scenes corresponds to a container of that specification, right? So when you do migrations, we have 2 containers made from different bench groups, and then we see, okay, what is different, and then that's how we do the migrations. So let's say you're performing a migration and something fails, we can then roll back the database because we know what all changes happened, right? What all tables got updated. So all this is done through bench group, and this is the true power of Frappe Cloud. Then additional features, let's say you want to add your own custom domain, we got your backups, we perform on-site, that is the backups on your server as well. But let's say the whole world burns down, there's a nuclear war, whatever, we have offsite backup as well. Then you can schedule your updates, you can have SSH access within the bench. So if you say, you know what, I want to get my hands dirty, I want to SSH inside the container, we'll get you that as well. And then if you want to, let's say, if you're not happy with Insights, because Insights is an amazing tool, that's what you should be using, but let's say if you want to use Power BI or any other analytics tool, we'll expose the database for you, and then you can do whatever you want, right? And then we have Marketplace, which is driven by all you customers and partners and the developers. We have over 200 apps. Majority of them are open source, and the private ones have been slowly rolled out. So after a couple of months, all that you will have is open source apps. And for example, the payments integration. You don't have to build your own payments integration. You go to the marketplace, install the app, you're good to go. For example, the Navarre team built their M-PESA integration. So this is the power of the community, right? You share your code, you get what you want, and you can mark these apps as paid as well. So if you feel that this is something I would like to get paid for the work I've done, sure. We also have this program known as revenue sharing, wherein for all free apps based on your usage and the popularity of the app, we give you a revenue back based on how much we earn on our top line hosting. And scalability, right? This is the biggest question. Is Frappe Cloud scalable? I would say yes, we are very much scalable, right? So these are the standard offerings we give. The smallest dedicated server is 2 vCPUs, 4 GB RAM, to 16 vCPUs, 128. These are pairs for your application and database. But I would say whatever biggest virtual machine you have on Earth, bring it to us. We can run Frappe Cloud on it. Cool. So scalability is never an issue. And you might ask, okay, so what about Kubernetes? Do you guys do Kubernetes? We don't, because ERP Next use case does not really suit a Kubernetes deployment. These are monolithic services which are best deployed on a monolithic service. But do we in future see a future wherein we have auto scaling? Sure, let's see. And then we support multiple regions. So if you really care about sub-millisecond latencies, you should ideally choose a region which is close to your customer, right? So we are supporting around 11 regions, and we'll keep on adding more. And this is where the fun part is, the architecture. This is somewhat the real architecture, but we'll tone it down. So top left, you can see that is what your cluster is, right? Bottom down is Frappe Cloud. So Frappe Cloud is nothing else but another Frappe app. So the app is called Press. So it's open source. Frappe Cloud is called Press. And we have agents which is deployed on each server. So just like a master-slave architecture, we have Press, which is the boss. And then we have an employee who sort of executes tasks for them. And this is how we have a distributed architecture. Now, each region, let's say Mumbai region, will have one proxy or many if it's required. They'll have an app server, a DB server, and auxiliary servers for your logs, monitoring, etc. And this we can scale horizontally as much as you want, correct? And then Press is responsible for everything. So Press does the orchestration. So at any given point, even if Press goes down, your sites are still up because these are running in a distributed server. Yeah. So this is exactly what's happening. There's a proxy. That's, for example, if that's Cape Town, that's your Cape Town proxy. You will have your own application server, your own database server if you are dedicated, and these are your supplementary servers. Sure. And then, yes, it's all open source, all of it. So we would in fact encourage if you, host Frappe Cloud on your own servers, have fun. So yeah, thank you guys. Yeah, that's it. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Cool. No? I think I did a good job there. Nice.
All right. Thank you so much, Arun. Thank you so much, everyone, for listening in. So how many have you noticed some things with the dev presentation? Pardon? Oh, there's a question. Where?
Thank you. There are instances where security certifications are required, pen test. Do you provide that?
Yeah, so basically we run VAPT tests. We have, so we VAPT testing, we provide different vendors. If you reach out to us, we are more than happy to send you.
African style once again. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So I would like to ask a question. How many of you have noticed something with the dev presentation? So okay, for me, I have noticed a lot of memes. I don't know if you have it. Have you? I think dev guys love meme. Do you all love meme? Because I really do. I really love what they do. Because they did really break the ice in the presentation. Just let's give a warm, hearty clap for the dev guys. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay. Thank you so much. So right now we have our next speaker who's going to speak about the ERP Next journey. And his name is Kushal from Sisipo. So right now, I think we are done with the African style clap. So let's just do the traditional but warm and hearty clap. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Afternoon, everyone. Hi, I'm from a company called Sisipo. We just turned 50 years old this Monday. Thank you. A very funny name comes from my dad, who used to deal with timber products. So it's 3 types of wood: cedar, cypress, podo. He's extremely proud of that, and so are we. And in our journey of 50 years, we are one of the biggest distributors of iron roofing sheets from Mabati Rolling Mills. And if you guys are from any of these, especially Kenya, if you're from here, you probably know some of these names of Lifestyle, Dumu, Oriental. And we push over 12,000 tons annually. From my dad's business, we had to build a stock control system. So while finishing university and part-time school projects, we started building a stock system for him many, many years ago. And that ended up being sold to our future customers, and that's how Sisipo.tech was born. So we now have an IT department within the company. This is our clientele growth for the tech company. We've been doing pretty well over the last decade or so, and it's growing. And with ERP Next, of course, we see a good future. So most of us who are not partners are here because we love such things, don't we? User licensing, module licensing, an exhausting SOP procedure which takes 3 to 6 months. And that's what we went through. That's what some of our clients have gone through. And we couldn't understand why it takes so long to implement business systems which have been implemented for thousands of businesses already. And majority of our clients, and we deal with SMEs, have such systems. There's a point of sale in the front. There's some other third-party integration. There's TIMS integrations, M-Pesa integrations, might be completely separate than your original POS even. We provide a POS as well. We also provide a TIM solution. And in Kenya, you know how those complications go, right? Every device has a different API. So you have to build something different for everybody. And finally, you must have an accounting system because you're running a business. Majority of our clients end up with something like QuickBooks, Sage, Tally. And with this, we all know the issues. There's no credit control. There's limited customizability. Multi-location is a nightmare. So we move to ERP Next. And we are pretty new with ERP Next, and it's going tremendously well. So some of the things we just wanted to highlight on why we personally like it, especially with our the volumes of roofing sheets that we move. So we get to the cent valuations of our products. Not only has that product in the last column changed because there was a purchase, but the transport costs that come after the fact of the sale, delivery, checking for damaged goods, all of that can come into this valuation after, even a month later. We get our costs to the cent. Customizability, which we love doing, has been great. So here's an example of our TIMS integration. You've got the QR code data. Here's a printout, PDF printout with the QR code. And the last tiny 5-minute integration that we did with ERP Next was that we get a pop-up for every salesman that picks a customer. As soon as the customer is picked, their outstanding invoices are listed out. And all the sales guy has to do is copy-paste that to the client who they're talking to, which is usually on WhatsApp, Telegram, or some digital format, email. And immediately the sales guy has the choice of saying, I will provide you a service with overdues or not. And you can, of course, restrict them from making sales with workflows. This is saving us money, by the way. Management is really happy with email digests, which come every day. They get a really quick overview of any expenses or overdue invoices or purchase orders that haven't come in yet. Accounts receivable is a great report. Once a week, the management gets a report with all the overdue invoices, and anything over 30 days needs an action, needs a phone call, needs an email. And of course, it's accessible from anywhere. So if I'm in a dinner meeting with someone and there's a question asked, I can actually give them instant information. Our partners in crime, or I think it's changing to growth after the last 2 days, is Navari and Akik. So like we said at the beginning of this conference, Mr. Muchai over here from Navari, the reason why I hopped onto ERP Next was probably solely because of him. He said that there is enough competition, enough fish in the sea. I told him I'll be a competitor to you, so be careful. Like, if we can't work together, let us cut ties now. Let us not go forward, act as a customer, and then say later that I want to be a partner of Frappe. And he said, please, I welcome you. Let's grow together. And loved it. Absolutely. So with these Frappe partners, it's been really easy to onboard. Support has been great, all the way from Frappe in India to the local partners. Kenyan customizations, as we've already said earlier, is a must, is a need, is the reason this is working well. We have our own TIMS integration, and instead of competing with each other, saying that we also have this, or no, we can't sell you this because we don't have the product, we are all going ahead and saying we can solve your problem. Let's solve it for the customer. Let's make them happy, no matter where the solution is coming from. We see a really good future with Frappe, especially ERP Next. It's a complete solution. It's extremely easy to customize. If there's something missing, in a couple of days, you got it. The support from top-down Frappe Cloud, easy to use, upgradability, as we just saw Arun show us a minute ago, has been great. And that's it. Cheers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kushal. Let's give him a warm, hearty clap again. So it is that time to network and speak to your neighbor. So speak to him or her, tell him what you have learned, make sure you mention your name, and then I'll bring the mic to you. You tell me about your neighbor and his or her key takeaway. So we have 2 minutes for this. You can start. tell us what he said. You are getting there. Okay, tell us what you just discussed. Just that small. Just say his name and what he loves or what he has learned. Just general, anything you've just talked, anything. Thank you, thank you. Continue engaging with your partner or with your seatmate. All right, all right. Thank you for interacting with your partner. And today, right now, this afternoon, I want to introduce our next speaker. His name is Mina, and he shall be talking about Frappe Alliance. So let's give another warm, hearty welcome to Mina. Thank you. Welcome, Mina.
Thank you, Priska. Thank you, guys. Can you hear me well? Okay, I hope you have some energy for me, and I hope the topic gets your attention. So, frappealliance.vip. Actually, this is our live domain. You can check it at the end of the session. So, we are evangelizing a new model of competition, actually. And the best way to introduce you guys to it is to tell you the story behind. I have been doing business at Accenture for the last 5 years. Each year, I don't come from an ERP background. I come from a software technical product management and development stuff. And I always, every year we were revising our plans. Are we doing the business the right way? Is there more to learn? What about other partners? What about other partners in different markets? And we have a lot of self-doubt, actually, year on year. So then, at one day, we decided, okay, so why don't we go ahead and ask them? So we decided to go on Google Meet together, the Egyptian partners, and discuss. And we discovered that we all have the same challenges, the exact same challenges. Then, in different Frappeverse, actually, I went on and met Mitesh and Mushai, and we were having a friendly discussion, and it also boils down to the very same challenges, and it was like a déjà vu for us. Okay, it seems that all of partners having the same problems. And basically, they all boils down to this: talent, not enough talent, qualified talent pool in consultants or developers, branding, the brand awareness of ERP Next against other brand names in the market is a little bit troublesome, and a lot of duplicated efforts happening. For a small example, in Egypt, there is like 4 partners. Each partner have developed their own e-invoice integration for the same exact case, which is weird. And then the market comes, we called it the Wild Wild West, actually, like an Asian movie. So the pricing models is very different. Customers are not sure how to get more value, and some customers are playing the partners in different ways, and it is not a healthy market overall. So we decided, okay, it made sense that we communicated, and what else can we do? we kept thinking and thinking and thinking and discussing more and more, with other partners. And as Steve Jobs once said, it only, the dots connect at the end. So this is actually what made sense at the end. We decided, okay, so what if more partners collaborated and communicated together? Actually, I'm very glad that the talk was scheduled behind your talk from CISIPO. This is a very exact case that we have discovered over multiple markets. Also in game theory, there is a concept of a positive sum game. So there is a zero-sum game, whereas there is actually one winner at the end of the game, and there is a positive sum game, where most or all the players actually can win in the game. So combining these principles together, we decided, okay, how to change the game between the partners, and how to foster more collaboration and increasing the market share. So I don't come from a financial background, but I have to learn it due to the job. So our parts of the key components in any P&L is expenses and revenue. So if you have a magic wand to increase the revenue and reduce your expense, you are on your way. That's what we are trying to do, is to introduce this magic wand into real programs. So first thing we are discussing is if more partners collaborated in brand awareness campaigns, local meetups, online or offline webinars, these will all start. If you don't have to do it as a single partner, you can collaborate with other partners to lower the expense that you can incur. And once this happens, the brand awareness increase, the overall market share increase, and you start getting more revenue and so forth. And we actually are seeing a lot of events that's actually, the webinars are driving a lot of leads, really qualified leads at this end. Then there is the duplicated efforts. Once, for example, for one partner to go ahead and reuse the localization available in one market, we have very good examples here, like Tanzania localization from the Aquatech team, from Navari Limited, M-Pesa integration and invoice compliance, and in Egypt as well, same KSA as well, India compliance as well. This actually pretty much increase any new partner's expense in developing the same solution over and over. It is actually the very base same API. It doesn't make any sense to duplicate it. And of course, it has to drive more revenue for the partners who actually done the job themselves. This is actually by more brand recognition for them, as well as positioning themselves as the leader in the local market. Plus, there can be like long-term support for bigger customers for such localization projects and so forth. The same case applies for vertical solution. For example, we have actually Yuri from Threads, which is an Indian company. Their main focus is to develop a solution for kitchen point of sales, which is a very different problem to be solved. So such vertical solution needs to be copied and reused actually, doesn't need to be reinvented. And also we have Contracta, which is a project that we will walk you through. So these kind of projects enables to lower the expense of any partner who stumbles upon a lead in that domain, so you don't have to reinvent the whole solution to deliver it to them. And it also increases your revenue, because even if you are the promoting partner or you are the developing partner, the promoting partner gets a better cut because he is reselling the same product, as well as the promoting partner as well gets to close the deal and deliver much faster. Also, talent pool development. Every partner we speak with, they design their own training and onboarding program. Sometimes it fails, sometimes it works. What if this kind of risk gets distributed among 3 or 4 partners on the same region? Then they get to share the talent that they have developed with each other. Once this happens, the problem with the capacity and demand, I claim that most partners have more demand than their current capacity from the casual conversation we have. And once this happens, you will have more qualified talent so that you can deliver more projects in the same time span. And this is like a very touchy subject, I know. But at the end, when partners start talking to each other, they start getting and actually quoting the customers' lies about the ratings and so forth. Sorry, customers, but some customers do it. And at the end, every market, even the service market, needs to be somewhat, not regulated, but there is like that baseline needs to be set somewhere. That ensures partner growth as well as ensures good project delivery. Also, it happens that we discussed among other partners, in that case, if we have this kind of channels open, some customers are very more pushy on their demands and their timelines, so sometimes they just need an expert opinion on the domain and so forth, that just eases the conflict in the room. So mediation and project governance is also on the table. Okay, so that's a very idealistic world to live in. Probably doesn't make sense from a business sense, but it actually does. We have tried it. So we are introducing what is called co-branding activity, and it is not only events, it's not only boot camps. The model is very flexible to adopt this. So any one partner or two partners or more can start doing activities together. It can be, this is like, for example, local meetups and events online, talent boot camps, localization applications, and vertical specific solutions. And the more open source it is, the more drive and adoption it will drive to the developing partner and the promoting partner as well. So in order to make this work, we are proposing like a very simple model. And to be honest, everything in this slide was already happening. We just put it in the slide and give it a shiny name. Nothing is new, actually. So there is the model of lead sponsor, fellow sponsors. Usually there is only one lead sponsor, and every sponsor that goes into the activity gets what is called long-term leadership recognition in that domain. For example, any partner going on developing the training program for talents, as well as developing a new solution or a new vertical solution, will be recognized among the community that they are the subject matter expert in this domain. For example, we have this being baking in Egypt for like 3 years. There is a company in Egypt, a partner called Smart Solution. They were focusing on the contracting in the construction business. So they developed an application. Then, by the help of Accenture, we decided to open source it and continue the development efforts to make it more generic as a product that solves this kind of vertical problem for most of the customers as well. Same case applies even in promoting the alliance itself. For example, Accenture and Lavalon, another Egyptian partner, we went in Frappeverse. Each partner was doing sponsorship of the Frappeverse India. Then we decided to host our booths beside each other and to promote the alliance to the community by printing like a very small banner in between us. Even the co-branding activity doesn't have to be only one, doesn't have to be more than one partner. Any partner who has the initiative can start an activity of their own. For example, we currently are pushing Egypt compliance in Egypt, but we are also very open for any other partners who wants to continue the development efforts with us to be recognized as well. So currently, these are the active partners that they can be labeled as proud members of the alliance. And this is like the very interested partners that we have active communication with. They are all over the place: India, Egypt, Iraq, KSA, Tanzania, Nairobi, as well as Egypt as well. And hopefully we are pushing this more and more, and we're actually looking forward for all partners to start getting the idea and joining and getting interested and showing up the best projects they have. For example, the post-dated checks tool. Actually, we have developed one that we're going to push it and open source it, as well as I know that there are 3 other partners who have the same solution to the same problem. This is one of the duplicated effort use cases that we need to tackle at the end. So how this will be happening? We will be doing enablement infrastructure. So we will be publishing what's called project-based protocols. This is how new partners can collaborate with other older partners in complete healthy environment, as well as long-term revenue sharing as well between partners who actually are putting in more development work and other work, as well as more from the discussion we are having, there requires to be like a very good code of conduct between partners in order to be like an active alliance member and recognized in the long term. So we will be publishing this through. And what's currently we are working on is the membership agreement for every partner, those who are interested, just to know what to expect and how to gain from the alliance. We will be publishing this as an online published directory. The best use case we are looking for is just having like an online active directory of all the vertical solution and how they are being used in the real world. We will also be developing the co-branding terms, so in order to make it much easier for partners to onboard. Also, hopefully by time we have enough funds and sponsorship, maybe we can push some of the project into Frappe incubator, because we will have more input from more global set of customers as well, and enhance this program on an ongoing basis. And this is actually the slide that started it all. It was developed overnight at Frappeverse last year. If you think that you can play the positive sum game, and that actually 1 + 1 can equal 3 and more. So the alliance is a place to go for. And that's it. Thank you. Your call to action is to join, and let's have a discussion about it. I will be around if anyone is interested in to have the discussion. Okay, sure, if you have time.
So anyone with any question?
Does that mean that you got the idea or that you didn't? Yeah, okay, that's good. Okay, I will be around anyway. Thank you.
Yes. So right now on stage, we are going to introduce another person who is going to talk about ERP Next experience in Kenya. So help me welcome Momo. Let's give him a warm, hearty clap. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yes.
All right, my name is Mumo. I am one of the partners at Upande, and we have been working with ERP Next for a very long time. I'd like to introduce Daniel. He's our lead software lead at Upande. So we put a question mark because we don't know. I think one person said it earlier. With ERP Next, you never know who began first. Somebody might come here next year and say they began even earlier. So we began with ERP Next around 2013 with an IRA project, and then did a grant management project with them in 2018, and slowly began to use it more and more. So initially, we were providing other solutions, and we were introduced to ERP Next by some gentleman from is it Belgium? Where's Becht? Becht is from Beck. I think he's, yeah, I forget. He's a German guy. Umer knows him. But we had a consultant who was over and he told us about ERP Next. We began to use it for ourselves. And then we began to think, wow, this is a really great platform. So we began to use it on one customer project and then a second customer project and so on. So as you can see, 2013, 2018, 20, and so on. So we've been, every year we have added a few more customers who we work with. So over time, it actually became our focus area. So today, we've consolidated what we do as a business, and we're essentially into two areas. So one is ERP, where we only do ERP Next, and we're doing that for customers around the country and beyond, Ethiopia and some other countries. And then we do Internet of Things, so which is essentially smart sensors. And so one area we've then specialized over the years is integrating the smart sensors with ERP Next. So we do have stuff on GitHub, and we'll talk about that in a minute, just about all those integrations. So our customer focus, a lot of enterprise business. So we don't do very much on the SMB. We do try to go for enterprise customers, utilities, agriculture, financial services, and so on. So we just highlight, I think, maybe 3 or 4 particular customers that we are doing. This one is a private utility that we're doing with Frappeverse Africa, and a group called Water Starters. And what we're doing there is we've used ERP Next to, as an end-to-end platform for managing a private utility. So these are not your typical government utilities, but it's a private utility. And to a large extent, managing not just the billing, which is a bit straightforward. So we do billing and all the other stuff, but we're also doing managing non-revenue water, which is around ensuring that all the water that is produced is being paid for. So typically with utilities, you find about 40% is disappearing somewhere. Burst pipes, people who are not paying, and the rest. So using ERP Next and sensors. So we do have sensors right from the boreholes that are producing this water, right until the meters that are producing, that is being built, and all that integrated into ERP Next. And we'll show a little demo on that in a minute. So water ATMs, these are very remote sites. We actually use solar, it's a solar implementation. We also want to talk about Kewasco. Yeah, this is a larger utility. This is the utility Kenya Water. This is Kisumu. This is Kisumu Water. Same thing. We have also used them for sort of flow management, historical data, using alerts. So both for small private utilities and for larger public utilities, we're using ERP Next. So I think we just want to walk them through the demo a bit, yeah?
Good afternoon. I'm Daniel. So I'll take you through the demo for the wash.
How do I go back? Oh. That's the problem. We just want to show you a quick demo in terms of what we are doing for the waters. Okay, as he's coming up, any questions in the meantime? Any questions in the meantime around what we've been doing with ERP Next? All right, none. Yeah. Is that a hand up? Yeah, that's what we're showing you. You're just waiting. You're comfortable with silence. All right. Those who are dozing, now you can do it officially. You don't have to hide. 2-minute break. So we use ChapStack. So we're using several, but they're all integrated into ChapStack. Those are sensors we're using. So we're using, we use water level sensors, which are able to tell. So we use water level sensors. We use, like I said, prepaid meters, which have valves. So when you pay, it opens. When you don't pay, it closes. We use, for the water level sensors, we're using some ultrasonic. Mainly, that's those ones we're testing right now, the ultrasonic sensors for the water levels. We use pH sensors to be able to show the quality of the water. Are we ready? Okay, fine. This will show exactly what the sensors are doing. We'll show that in a minute. We show that as well.
Yeah, so sorry for that. I had to grant some access. So this is the wash instance where we used to track and monitor the data from the different utilities. So they mostly deal with water. So in the front page, you will see a normal bar chart, that's a Frappe chart. Yeah, so this bar chart is just showing the flow of water for the different sites. So there are around 15 utilities around the country, some in the very remote areas, but from this site we're able to monitor the data from those sites. So you can use the basic functionality for the filters. Don't know if you can see very well. So here I'm using the site to filter, so I can only see data for one site. And also you can see maybe from multiple sites if you want. It depends with the filters that you apply. So below here we have some custom charts. So these ones, on top we have the filters for the start, end date, and then the utility you want to select. So on top we have real-time data, which is mainly the EC, electrical conductivity of the water, or the amount of salt in the water. We have the pH, and we have the level. So it's the tank level in percentage. Below, we have the chart. So these are historical data. The widgets at the top are for real-time data. So you can just open your site, and you're able to know the pH at a certain site somewhere in another part of the country. So the charts are not like just rigid, so we use configuration to just see the widgets that you can have. So you see the other one had pH EC, but for this site they just want to monitor the levels in their different tags. So we just have the level widgets, and below here you are also able to filter the historical data for just one level sensor. So sometimes when the lens are so many, it might obscure the view, so you're able to filter out. The next module we have is the prepaid meters. So here we have prepaid meters dashboard, where you see the prepaid meters, either they are on or off. We have the M-Pesa payments and some dashboards. So the prepaid meters, they are prepaid. You have to pay maybe through M-Pesa before water can be dispensed. So we are using the ERP to track the payments part, and also sending downlinks and uplinks to those sensors in remote parts of the country. And also here you are able now to filter the payments and sales for different customers, different utilities, different dates, and below here maybe the user is able to download a report for the same. Yeah, so all this is being done using Frappe. Yeah. So the second part, apart from monitoring the EC and the pH, there are also customers who want to maybe monitor the daily flow of the water, the monthly flow, weekly flow. Yeah, and then when you have such data, you're able now to maybe even plan with your how you are using the water, and have insights maybe to tell you by the end of the month I expect my bill to be a certain amount. Yeah, so apart from that, there are also maybe sites that they want to see the pressure of the water. So, yeah, like these ones, we have the pressure at the very end. So you're able to tell the flow of the water weekly. And below here, we have the flow per hour. So at the top of the hour, you're able to tell what was the flow rate for the previous hour and the pressure. Lastly, these, as you have been told, they are in remote areas. So mostly the boreholes are operated using solar. So it's also good to track maybe the energy, the energy outputs and the data coming from the solar, so that you're able to tell maybe if there's some issue, maybe you expected the solar to have some, to be operating, but it's showing 0. So yeah, we have all those charts to monitor that.
All right, a couple of other things as we close, a couple of other things we're doing. We're doing a lot in terms of extending ERP Next into the mobile space. So we do have a mobile app for individual meter consumption. So some of the utilities actually, some of the private utilities in Nairobi are actually using that, like Runda Water, where you can have an app that you can actually use to track your own water consumption. We have Upande Harvest, which is a mobile app for greenhouse production, and we have an asset manager app, and management app that we're working with water starters. So basically extending a lot of our ERP work into mobile apps as well. The other thing I think we'd mention is our services. So we're doing a lot of implementation services for customers around. So it doesn't have to be, like we said, we're not sector specific, we're sector agnostic. So regardless of what sector you're in, we're very happy to work with you. Victory Farms actually is one of the customers we actually met here last year. We've been working with them. Tambuzi is another customer that we are currently working on. These are just customers we're working with currently. And there's another, maybe 2 other projects we're running concurrently right now. Tambuzi is a flower farm. Actually, the flowers that were on Meghan's dress at the royal wedding. So one of the premier flower farms in the country that we're busy working with. And then, of course, I think we'll just make a comment. Someone spoke about the e-teams. These are our e-teams. We mentioned e-teams here because we mentioned it the last time we were here last year. And we said we would avail the e-teams on the Frappe cloud. So now it is there. So you can go to the Frappe cloud. You don't actually need to contact us. Just go to the cloud marketplace, and you should be able to download an e-teams module, which you can integrate and implement for yourself. And yeah, and that was led by, that work was led by Daniel. So I'll let him just walk you through that e-teams stuff.
Okay. Thank you again, Momo. The e-teams, or the electronic tax invoicing management system module, which we created and integrated with ERP Next. It was quite a journey. I think we did the implementation or the development for almost a year. Some back and forths with our revenue authority. Yeah, but now the app is already there, certified and open sourced in the Frappe marketplace. So I'll just take you through the e-teams. So this is the dashboard. it has some links or shortcuts to some of the doc types that you need, the resources. So mostly here we have the master data, or the doctors maybe to assist you with retrieving and also sending some of the master data, like the item codes. Yeah, there are unique item codes and other transactional codes that you need to retrieve from KRA. Once you retrieve, then they are uploaded into the system, and then from there now you're able to access them when you are maybe creating invoices. So the integration is simple. We have tried to just stick with the basic ERP Next functionality and tweaking where necessary. So like for most of these, you just have to provide the search dates, and then you just click on search. The information is retrieved, and then you're able to access it. So yeah, here you have the branch information. You just type the PIN of the branch and the date you want the information from, and then you just search and the system will be populated. Below here, I think we have the stock. So with the items, sometimes the KRA require you to share your stock information, so to also enable tracking on their side. So from here, you're able maybe to consolidate the stock you have, and then you do a one-off stock master save. So it's like a reconciliation. Maybe at the end of the week, there have been sales and also buying, so you just consolidate your stock and update to items. Here is the item. So it's the most, maybe I would say, important, because it has most of the data and it's used for transacting. So in order to make the data consistent, we have to use some codes from items so that they're able to understand the data that you are sending to them. So some of the fields here we have added because they were missing. And yeah, so we added just to help the customer to populate that data. But the system is mostly automatic or automated, meaning that you just be required maybe to fill 3 fields for the custom fields for items data. And then when you click save, the other details are automatically populated for you, and then you're able to register the item to items. And then when the item is registered, now you're able to transact with the items. The other bit is on invoicing. So this is an invoice. Also, we have tried to stick to the ERP Next functionality as much as possible. So just ensuring you fill the data you used to fill before, and then maybe 2 or 3 fields where you just set some parameters for items. The good thing with this solution and also with Frappe is that Frappe or ERP Next is a multi-currency platform, meaning that you are able to, like, when you are using a different currency, usually the system is able to also populate and calculate the company currency. So because items usually uses Kenya shillings, even when you use euros or dollars, still ERP Next is calculating for you the company currency in Kenya shillings, and that is what you need to update to items. Yeah, so once you have filled the data, on submit is when the information is sent to items, and then you receive some receipt information from items. So some of the receipt information you get is like the control unit ID. We have the receipt signature, the internal data. They are below there. Yeah. So this print format also comes with the system, with the app, items module app, because this is the print format that we agreed upon with KRA. So yeah, it has to be specific, and they have to agree on that you can use it. So apart from that, we have error login functionality, where you are able to log the error and also see maybe the endpoint that brought about the error. So yeah, sometimes when you are doing testings like in the sandbox environment, we experience a lot of errors, maybe downtimes, and then if you don't have a proper error logging functionality, then you're not even able to convince the KRA guys that maybe the issue is on their side. But with a good error logging functionality, you're able to log and even tell them here is where the error is coming from, and now you're able to proceed with solving the error. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to the MC.
Thank you, thank you. Do we have any questions for them? Yes, I see one question. All right, any other question? Okay, let's give them a warm, hearty clap. Okay, so we have something special. If you didn't know, today we have dinner, so don't be in a hurry to leave. And also we'll have a photo session. Everyone will come here on top of the stage and we'll take a photo. But before we do that, we want to acknowledge our sponsors. So thank you so much, our sponsors, for sponsoring today's event. And I will just go by mentioning them. As you can see on the screen, we have Navarre Limited, Arkic Solutions Limited, Aquatech, ERP Champions, Sakshat, Upande, Sesipo.tech, and Spiderbit. Yes, thank you so much, sponsors, for sponsoring today's event. Without you, it may have not been possible. So again, you'll be coming on the stage. But again, before you come on the stage, after the refreshments, we'll come back to the room. We'll have another session called Open Mic, or a discussion, a closing discussion. This is where people will just come. If you had a burning question that you wanted to be addressed, you will come on the stage and just tell us your question and make it just a discussion forum. So right now, I would like all of you to come on stage and let's take a photo together. Yeah, you can come on top here. Don't feel shy, just come. Some of you, it's your first time. Come and enjoy the stage.
Center. Please, please.
Yeah, buulize kupata kama itakuwa something. Thank you for coming, Patrick.
We do
Pardon?
so many.
Yeah, we saw two photos. I think one because they're standing at the back. I think.
Locally accepted, internationally approved.
So our tea break is outside here, and we can come back again at 4:30. So feel free to 4:30. Yes, 4:30 p.m.
Hiyo design mapema.
Moko suka
So we want you to come close so that we can relate well. For them that are outside, we can now come in, settle down. For them who are also at the farthest back, we kindly urge you to move close, to move towards the center or the front area, because we are now getting into our discussions. Yeah. So for them that are at the back, just move in front. So let's not have anyone beyond Aquatech. Yeah. So just everyone to come in. If there's a seat in front of you, just come, just go in front of it. We are having a discussion session. That's why you need to come closer and we can interact better. Yes, please move towards the front. You're already at the front. Please move towards the front. If there's an empty seat in front of you, it will be great you move towards it. All right. Okay, thank you so much.
People on the stage. Come, this is also fine.
Oh, this is.
You know, it creates that thing. So a discussion. Only here.
All right. So we'll be discussing here, and yes, so everyone is settled, and guide us through the open discussion forum, and afterwards feel free to engage, to ask any question. If there's a speaker that you want to specifically address from the presentations that started at the morning, feel free to ask any question in regards to the Frappe framework, Frappe community, and at large, Frappe ecosystem. Just feel free to ask. All right? So help me welcome, and let's welcome him with an African style. So I've been told that this is not African. So, and what Africa is all about is just ululations. So we are going to do small ululations, not so loud ululations. So help me welcome him with ululations. Woo! So that was a test. So 1, 2, 3. Woo! Welcome.
Thanks, Priska. Hi, everyone. First, I would like everyone to please give a good round of applause for Priska. She has been cheering every one of us since morning. It's a hard job to do, and thank you so much for doing this. Myself, Smithal, many of the partners know me. I am a part of a business team at Frappe, and just wanted to share my experience of this conference. So first wanted to check, a vibe check with everyone. How did you find the conference? Say yeah. Say loudly. Yeah. One more time. Yeah. That's a good one. Okay. So, I mean, this has been the first time we are organizing a conference outside India. It has been a tradition. We are hosting Frappe conference since 8-9 years now, right? So this is my second time at Frappe. I had been part of Frappe team during 2018 to 2020. was looking after enterprise sales at that point in time. I've recently joined, this is my first month. It feels nostalgic and a bit nervous, and also a really good experience again coming back to Frappe. About this conference, I've seen many people are so excited about how this entire ecosystem has grown in the Africa region, right? And thanks to all our partners, our partner manager, Ankita, everybody has put a lot of effort in getting this done today. So thank you everyone. Yeah, even like our co-founder Umair, Neha, and everyone part of it. Palkan, like to share experience about everyone, Suraj, Rucha, Arun, Umair, everyone. So this team has put up a lot of work in getting this done today. So yeah, so it's a really good experience. And now I would like to open up this session for open discussion. Anyone who would like to share their experiences, questions, any kind of questions, weird questions, brutal feedback, whatever it is, just please come forward, ask us, we are here to answer. We are 8 people here. So we don't have all the people from Frappe to answer, but whatever best we can answer, we'll answer to all of you. Please come forward. Anyone? You want to start, Mitesh? Yeah.
Thank you. A very good evening. The numbers have gone to half, but it was great to see the full place occupied. I'm from Tanzania as well, so Kiswahili is fine. Where is Priska? Yeah, my journey has been 6 years now with Frappe ERP Next usage and implementation. It's been an exciting time all these years. And while there is nothing to ask you guys, we communicate regularly. The thing that I'll like to share with you all is that we have not found any business process or any business scenario not capable to be implemented using ERP Next. So ERP Next covers almost all industries, all business scenarios, all business processes. So if you have any doubt that certain business process is not possible to be implemented, please feel free to ask, and people are here with experience. They'll be able to share and help you out as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mitesh. And we have someone called Geoffrey. He would like to come and share his experience with us. Please come forward. Hi.
Thank you. Good evening or afternoon? Evening. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Good evening. I cannot hear this side. Everyone is doing well? Excellent. So my name is Karani, and I'm the founder of Upeosoft Limited, and I'm very happy to be here today. And I'm here for a call to action. But before I go there, you see, he told me to give my experience. And yes, we have had a good experience with ERP Next and of course Frappe across the years. So I came to know ERP Next and Frappe in 2019. So that's roughly 5 years ago. We have done a number of implementations, both here in Kenya and outside. Basically, we have representation in all the continents of the world. And every time that we do implementation, of course, like my friend here said, there isn't disappointment when it comes to ERP Next. So there is no way all of us can be hyping a product that doesn't work. So for those of us who are running businesses and they are probably on the fence, it should be time that you made the decision to cross over to this side. And because of course before I came into ERP Next, I used to do other implementations with other ERP products and even other products that are not ERP. The one thing that made me love ERP Next and never turn back was that it is not a one-suit-fit-all. It's a product that can be customized to anything you can think about. So maybe you are sitting somewhere and you are thinking, this product is great, but man, my business is so complicated, it can. No, it can. ERP Next provides you the basic, and you can use it to build, think about it, anything. So this is a product that gives you the source code. Change it to anything you want. That is one thing that made me get into ERP Next and never look back. So one thing that I'll give you as a warning, if you want to cross over to ERP Next and Frappe, just know that there is not going to be turning back. The product is a product that you will love. And let me finish by saying, when you start doing that, your business, your products, your people, your customers, your users are going to thank you later. Thank you so much. I hope to see everyone here and of course the Frappe team back in Kenya for something else.
Thank you for sharing your experience. Anyone else who would like to share his experience, please come forward. Should I come to you? Oh, yeah.
Hi everyone, I'm James Satya. So I began the ERP Next adventure in 2022. So until now, those are roughly 3 years. And all I can say is I've loved and cherished the journey. I would like to thank you guys for bringing up this product. So maybe I'd like to echo. I had Ankita said something about quarterly events. So this thing was also raised last year because we said we'll do more local events, but see, we have waited for a year for that to happen. So we really like to stress on that, and then let us have forums, social forums where we share ideas, brainstorm, and all that. And then I think mostly people use ERP Next only, but you have seen there are a number of products here, like I've loved Studio and I've loved Builder. So let us embrace all these products. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your experience. And yes, we are going to host a kind of a Frappe local or partner meetup or some kind of event quarterly. As and when we get that schedule out, we'll share it with every one of you. Yeah. Anyone else? Yeah, I'll just come forward.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, everybody. My name is Thompson, and I think I'm the only one from Nigeria. I don't know if Ankita is here. I know she's been sending me mails, so nice meeting you physically. Though I must tell you that at the initial stage, I have shared with some of my friends that I met in the hall today, the initial experience of ERP Next with us was not too good as at then. And I felt very, very discouraged because I missed two great businesses that we're supposed to retain. And it wasn't a good experience at all because we couldn't get enough support and because we couldn't customize to the Nigerian system and so many other things that we could not meet up. But one of the good things that I've seen here today, I've seen great improvements in the application. And these are the things that I can say that I'm taking back home to Nigeria to say, okay, myself and my team, we're coming back to ERP Next. And we believe that this time around, nothing will fail in our hands. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your experience. Yeah, Abir, please come forward.
Yes, hi everyone. This is Abir here from BJX Limited. We operate in South Sudan. So I'm very happy to be here, and meeting all those experts from different companies and from different regions. So actually, my experience with ERP Next is quite good. So you can say I'm started loving my competitor. You know, so so this is the truth. This is the truth that I've started loving my competitor, which is ERP Next. But I can see the future, because open source is now the future, because the companies like who are having their own systems now, to grow in that scale, it's a tough thing. But growing with such community, it's easy. And also now I can feel the different vibe that I haven't felt before. So now, now I can rely on my fellow partners and the Frappe team, that I have a big backbone. And now we are going to have the alliance. So I'm very super excited on that. Thank you to Mina for that. And I have two questions. Number one, that when your CRM will be healthy like HR, number one. And then number two is during the training, why the case studies are always for the manufacturing? So, we operate in different big business segments. Some of them we operate only for trading and service industries. So why it is always manufacturing? So if you can answer these two, I'll be very happy. Thank you, by the way. A very good evening to you. Take care. Thank you.
Sure.
Thanks for the feedback, Abir. I think for CRM, it's already, I think, almost there, but getting it to as good as Frappe HR will take some time. I think the focus is to get CRM up to the mark, probably the fastest, because it has the huge traction. On the second feedback, I agree with you. Although we did have construction and HR payroll case studies, maybe we could even have CRM case studies. Maybe we could even have other case studies in the sales training program next time for partners. So feedback taken. Thank you.
Thanks, Neha. Yeah. Yusuf, please come forward.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Yusuf. I represent ERP Champions, based out in Kampala, Uganda. We are trying to build our local node of the Frappeverse, and we are happy to be Frappe partners out there. So the best way to do it is to officially launch our Uganda compliance app. We're announcing to you that it's open source. You can find it on GitHub. You're very happy. Well, but just to briefly take you through the journey, it's taken us a while. The opportunity has been there for more than 3 years. We've been pushing it for at least 2. We are a small team. There've been so many challenges and difficulties. Just to mention a few, you hire a developer who then runs off to better pastures, and then, it's not the core work that we have to do. We have to focus on implementations, but yet we have to avail time to develop the solution. So really, it's been a testament of perseverance and dedication. And really, the other most important thing is that we benefited from the India GST compliance. I think they did a wonderful job, and using that open source platform is what enabled us to build the Uganda compliance, because the solutions which were there, because again, we also spent some money buying existing solutions which we found were inadequate, or that they would increase our costs. For our clients, you need additional servers and so on. So really, the Indian compliance, the way it was done, was really wonderful. So really, we invite you all to go to GitHub/ERP-champion/Uganda compliance. Feel free to download it. Businesses, please use it. Contact us for paid support. But more importantly, developers, please come forward, extend it, help us fix the bugs. There are many other opportunities, many more taxes that we can integrate in there. Just like the Tanzanians, we would like to add in custom reports that we are finding necessary in the market, and also to use it as our launchpad to build other localized applications. And generally, we also would like to really build our open source community down there so that no one else gets through the challenges that we have gone through, losing a developer or not having anything open source to rely on. So hopefully we have lifted a heavy burden for our ecosystem, and we encourage others to join us so that we build the Frappe ecosystem down there and we contribute to the Frappeverse globally. Thank you.
Thanks for the kind words, and thanks to those who have open sourced their application. Frappe team has been often accused at the end of the event that you probably hold this event just to get some praises for yourself. So praises are welcome. I think I would like to reflect into what is the purpose of this event. And it's basically to get the community together on a common platform and to initiate, as to where do we need to go next. So while we celebrate, thanks for the kind words, really heartening. We should also discuss as to where should we go next, because I think like Mina mentioned in his presentation, there's lots of duplication of works going on. I think all the presenters presented e-team integration, parallelly developed, but no one open source till I think Muchai and someone open source. So I think the essence of open source and the community, having a community is to prevent duplication of efforts. Come together, have a plan, which everyone, all of us need together and work on it in any format. You want to make a local chapter, Frappe Alliance is definitely there. You need support from Frappe, so I think work starts from here. I'll suggest people here to reflect as to what we need to do next. Very, I think, great to see people coming from 6-7 different African countries, so really a successful event. I think I'll call out Ankita here. Everyone in the team, I think, but yeah, since you are leading the African region, for great work. And we would love to replicate this format into other regions also. So we can start small, but it will only happen with your local support, with your support, right? So yeah, let the journey continue, and let's also reflect as to what we can do next in the journey. Thanks.
Will you be able to do? What will you be able to do to push forward teams to open source more localization application in terms of technical support, actual commitments, technical support, as well as maybe incubation or some kind of funding? And I mean to put you on the hot seat, so on behalf of the partners.
Okay, reverse question. Good. But we have a ready answer for that. Frappe Incubator is already there, and we have funded projects, and we actually offered this, funding to Frappe partners also, especially those who wanted to build localization. So I think answer is already out there. It's on partners, and ironically, what has happened is basically every time we have gone to a specific territory and asked partner can you build the localization? Building a localization application was never a blocker. It was already there. The mindset of not contributing back was a problem. right? They build the localization for their own sake, yeah, because you have to basically go to customer and you don't want to do that thing again and again. So that's the observation I have. But as far as support is needed from Frappe, we have incubation program and whatnot already available. Yeah. Technical support, specifically like one-to-one is not available, but we can set up some cadence, you know, a weekly call or something, or a monthly call. So those who basically need technical support, we had office hours, I think specifically for the partners. Ironically, again, there were no kind of participation, enough participation from the partners, so we had to reduce things from our side. So again, it goes back to partners to reflect.
I would like to invite Thomas Mugi. He wanted to share some experience of his.
Yeah, I've been summoned literally. I was not ready to give any sharing of the experience. I think for those who were here last year, exactly same time, we gave an experience of implementing ERP Next in the second largest referral hospital in Kenya, which is the Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital in Eldoret, where it's a large hospital, 4,000 plus, and I think this goes to, I think you mentioned that we need to be doing the other case studies, especially in the service industry. And I think since then up to now, there's a lot happening in healthcare, and we were just not even ready yet to showcase, because everything is still in development stage, I would say so. So that's where I would start from. But for those in Kenya, I think the background I can give is the country has decided to go the route of universal health coverage. Maybe I'll start with that. So for the country to go towards universal health coverage, they've adopted what some of you, for those in healthcare space, you might have had something called the Open HIE architecture, which means going the route of digitization to interconnect systems. So because the healthcare system in this country is both private and public, and like other jurisdictions where you can just deploy one system and it works across the board in all hospitals, in this country you can't do that. Everybody in the public, so those in the public healthcare space, the large hospitals, and I mentioned just one of them, is using its own system. Kenyatta National Hospital, the biggest referral hospital, uses its own system, and others as well. The private healthcare space, we have the Aga Khans and all that. All of them have their own proprietary softwares. So for you to implement, not only universal health coverage, but also digitization in health, it means if you go to Aga Khan today, you get seen, your prescription should be available in the Kenyatta National Hospital, which is the National Referral Hospital. How do you implement that? You do it through a National Health Information Exchange. And I think we touched a bit of that in last year when we talked about this. A National Health Information Exchange is difficult to implement, and barely 5-6 countries in the world have been able to do this. And I think we will be privileged in Kenya to be among the few that will roll out a National Health Information Exchange. And there is currently a mandate that everybody joins the National Health Information Exchange. We have a number of us who are here today deeply involved in the works of the National Health Information Exchange. And part of the reason I can't talk much about its government things, but it is, we are proud to say it's run by Frappe, by the Frappe framework. So and the reason I'm proud to say that is because some of the things being done in there would not have been possible if we didn't adopt Frappe. I remember last year I coined the term Frappenize everything, and I was hoping to see I don't know how many of you saw the t-shirt Frappenize everything. Hussein, and I'd asked him that he sends one with the team that comes. I was hoping to see him, but I think I'll chase and ask for the rights to it. So the reason we said Frappenize everything is because for me, I think I usually comb through the Frappe repositories. And while very good things have been said about Frappe Studio and the other, Frappe Cloud, I think for us, even for the Kenyan healthcare space, we were among the first to deploy our own Frappe Studio. So not Frappe Studio, Frappe Press, so Frappe Cloud in the country. We used it to a huge advantage. And I'm sure some of you are struggling a lot with deploying. If you're not on Frappe Cloud, deploying Frappe on a local instance or on local cloud or on your own local servers is a nightmare. And you shouldn't be cheated around it. It's a nightmare. But I think when Frappe open sourced Frappe Press, it caused impact. And there's a lot of impact that Frappe keeps doing that it's rarely said. Today they've showcased a few products, but recently we were having a problem as we were doing some of this implementation where you need to send, as part of implementing the national exchange, you have to do a lot of security. So one of the securities, you need to do OTPs. To do OTPs, you have to do either SMS or email. On email, if you are to be doing emails in the scale of thousands to millions in a day, you will run into cost implications that you do not want to think about. And for me, I've scheduled every Friday to be going through the Frappe repositories, because usually once in a while, Frappe just releases something and doesn't say. And I don't know how many of you have seen Frappe Mail. They released it without telling anybody. So for us, it's, some of those things are really key. And while we don't have to wait for these conferences, I think we need to really thank Frappe for what they are doing. We are doing a lot, and I think the teams here, some of the things we're hoping to be able to showcase a lot, especially in the next conference. I'll just give an example. While we are not using Frappe Cloud because of data residency issues around health, but of course I've mentioned we use the open source Frappe Press on our own local instances. But we've also done a lot of work with Revant. I think Revant is not here on using Kubernetes. Deploying on Kubernetes, and he also helped us develop a tool close to using Frappe, to develop a tool that manages Kubernetes as well. So those kind of things are things that are only possible with Frappe. The registration exercises, registering currently around 18 million Kenyans are registered into the national health in the country, and that without doubt has only been possible because of Frappe. Without Frappe, and you will be, for those that have experience, I think I've seen my colleagues from Rwanda, there's huge experiences in the OpenHIE architecture. For those of you who can Google what OpenHIE architecture is, there are known tools that work for OpenHIE architecture, and we tried them, and they failed. Only for us to have to switch to Frappe is when things worked. So we have very good experiences around it. And I think lastly is to talk about, remember what I said initially, that both public and private healthcare institutions are now being mandated. They have to join the national exchange. And therefore, there is already published, in Kenya, there's a published developer portal called developer.dha.go.ke. If you go there, you'll see it's also something powered by Frappe as well. But if you go there, you'll be able to sign up and get the API keys to start basically interacting. And we will be encouraging those who are in the healthcare space to start the work of connecting to the exchange. Because very soon, everybody will not be able to operate the way they're operating with their systems. Again, it's quite telling, because if you're not using Frappe or Frappe-based products to build your healthcare solutions, I can assure you it will last you 6 months at best. But if you're on ERP Next Health, it's going to take you far much less time, And what will also help you is that we are available to also help. If you're on Frappe Health, will be able to help to ensure you can be quickly onboarded into the National Digital Superhighway. So, yeah, thank you.
Thomas, you said you were not prepared for this talk, but I guess you are very much prepared for this sharing of experience. And as you rightly said, you coined the term, said frappenizing everything. I'm sure sooner or later everything will be frappenized. All roads leads to Frappe. That's how I would put it. Anyone else would like to share? Please come forward. Come. It's okay.
Good evening. Good evening once again. Okay, I was not prepared to talk, but due to the nice experience from ERP, I'm meant to talk. My name is John Mwangangi from Kitui County. I work at Kitui Water. We installed, that is the ERP, back 2018. To date, we are using ERP. Before ERP, it was an Excel. Once the auditors come, you have forgotten a double entry. Now, you find yourself, you don't know where the other leg is. The auditors find you unaware. But since we have started using the ERP, you just download your ledgers, share with the auditors, they sample the invoices, the payments, then they will ask you for the sample document physically now. There was a time where a certain auditor asked me, which system are you using? And I was very happy. I told him, we are using ERP Next. And you seem to know all the ledgers. What happens? You see, a system, it is garbage in, garbage out. Once you give the correct data, automatically you'll get the correct reports. So back in our company, it's a water company. We have tried ERP since 2018, and we are not changing. We have an accounting module, which is very okay. Reports, the financial statements, we get them very well, monthly, quarterly, and even the annual reports. We have also the procurement module and the stores. Actually, I remember Mushai can be a witness. He encountered a resistance with our procurement guy. He was opposed to system. But right now, if there is an happy man in our company, is the procurement officer. Because once he logs into a system, he can be able to get all the purchase orders of what he has procured. And he's very happy. Wherever he is, he can testify the system has been of help to him. We have also the HR and the payroll module, which is very okay. And we appreciate for this far. Mushai, kidogo tu, we need a technical module whereby these guys on the ground, once they identify a burst, they give us the data. We can be able to quantify the water which has been lost, and revenue. Once the burst is repaired, we can get all the reports of the bursts repaired, the volume of water which was lost, all those reports, such that both the technical, we are covered. Thank you so much. May God bless you. May God bless Frappe. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So this is the takeaway for partners. If you want to convince anyone, it's a procurement guy to start with. And then the finance guys. Yeah, please come forward. Please come forward.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Davis Mujira. I'm Siwat Spiderbit. We are part of the Frappe partners, and we use both Frappe framework more often on the custom apps. We use ERP modules. So for those that may be here that weren't here last year, I shared our journey, but maybe briefly. So we happen to be a company also developing ERP systems, and we had our in-house ERP system called Doxa, still even live. And as we get approached by one big client, and there was a government, 2 projects, they look at our solution, they find all the modules they wanted. However, they have, which is common to most of the government institutions, we don't want lock-ins. We want the source codes. We want you to train our people. We want knowledge transfer. This was a primary criteria to qualify for this. And then we look around at the open source ERP systems. So we started working on it. So one of the developers could not imagine how this, actually it is, if not, I'm not even sure, it must be one, if not the only one, that is a low-code ERP system. I don't know, maybe the Frappe guys will tell me if there are others on the market. But the most important thing, especially quick at learning, besides at that time that was 2021. There was few in terms of community as it is today. Resources, Karan is out of the space, but yeah, we recognize your videos and efforts, and more others, the contributors. So immediately we had 2 projects from the same client. These are government, and these are the 2 conditions. Tight timeline, 6 months, another on 1 year. We quickly jumped on that one. We realized that let's now even forget our product. This is too sweet to be true. So we started working on that one. We delivered the project in actually less timeline than expected. And even the next one. So now the client was very happy, stress-free. Like before, he was even thinking that you guys, we shall come to sit in our offices to be sure you guys don't run away. But we told them, we do not give us a task or a project and even come back to tell us how to do it. So we had to learn day and night to make sure that we crack into this and understand how it works. But it was easier than even our product. Today, our product, we still have it, but again, we have kept it on the shelf. So we're now focusing on the ERP. So after that, we're given another project for healthcare management for children, usually called IMCI. We did that one in a short period of time. We had another one for managing for NCD, diseases as cancer, hepatitis, pressure and more, NCDs as you know. We also did that one in a short period of time. Now, we're working on one of the magnificent product we would love to work, like anybody would work to work on. We're working on EMR for the Ministry of Health. Our colleagues are there, our clients. So before we started, they were skeptical still that you guys, can this work? We want to onboard across to 600 facilities. Would this serve? So we had to walk through them, did demos several times. They also curious, can we go see these people? Come to Frappe. We said yes. We had to give them many use cases and implementation that I've done. Now we've done it, and we are even like way ahead of the timeline as it was. This is very huge. We've done for health centers. Now they're all onboarded in Kigali, close to 67 health centers using it. We are now implementing for a hospital, and we intend to onboard 600. We can't find ways to express our gratitude to Frappe team and continuous support. And of course, the community. And what I would tell whoever is doubting this solution is gonna take over. And this is for Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing the experience. Yeah, this time for Africa. Anyone else? Uchai, you want to share? Please come forward.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity once more. I don't think I have much more to say. The only thing I can say is thank you for showing up. Thank you, Frappe. I don't think we thank Frappe enough, frankly speaking, because they have built all these open source solutions and they have put them out there for free, and anyone can take them and add value or gain value from them, including partners, including customers. I think it's a major thing. It's only that sometimes we talk about business. We talk about business more than we recognize the actual value that is out there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I usually say this to all our partners, that we made this product open source for all our customers, right? That's the first takeaway. Second is, the product is for our partners who go and implement for our customers. That's a win-win for them. And third is when we look for ourselves. That's where the Frappe Cloud comes in. And that's when we think about ourselves. At third, first is our customers, then the partner, and then comes the Frappe. Yeah, thank you so much.
Hello. Okay. Falcon, can you please come? Yeah, so in pulling off an event like this, there are probably line item of 10,000 things we need to get right. And we have Falcon here, the main person, the conference manager, the marketing lead at Frappe, who has pulled it off, and many such events at Frappe. So let's have a round of applause for her. And yeah. Now she's supposed to give vote of thanks, but I was reluctant if she'll really give vote of thanks to herself. But now I think.
Thank you, Umair. Okay, so let me start with a little bit of story. So last year, I think we had a local here where Ankita, Umair, and Rushabh had come. Sorry, Hussain, yes, my bad. And because they felt so much warmth and they loved the interaction here, we had to come back with a bigger team and have a bigger conference. So thank you to the community first for all the warmth and making us feel welcome here. So a round of applause. Next up on the list is obviously Team Navari. From day one, they've been with us, and especially Muchai, Priska, and Anne has been running around all the time. So thank you guys. Another special mention would be Mitesh, who had been joining our initial meetings and helping us plan what should be the ticket pricing, how should it be, everything. So yeah, thank you, Mitesh. I'm not sure if the venue people are here, but yes, Kenya School of Government has been wonderful to us. The hospitality, everything, so thank you. We have the LED and the video vendor, Josh and Frank. I think they're outside for a break. Oh, he's here. Thank you so much. The conference wouldn't have been so wonderful without our amazing speakers. So a big round of applause for all our speakers, please. So just a little story. Before we do talks on Frappeverse, at least, the platform at least, we do 1 or 2 rounds of mocks, right? So that's a lengthy process where we follow up with all the speakers because they want to do everything last minute and we want everything ready 1 month in advance. So we had Neha and Ankita and Umair jump in whenever possible, and they shaped a lot of the presentations. So yeah, thank you. Ankita, thank you for having built all these connections here, you've kept the community in Africa together. So one round of applause for Ankita. So there are people who are not here, but they have also contributed to this conference, like Asmita for scripting when it comes to the website, Nishant who's done all the design work, so you know how the entire look and feel of the conference comes together because of him. So yeah, round of applause for them. Finally, the team who's been working around here, which is Anne, Delphine, Pauline, Priska again, the host who's been wonderful. So yeah. And a final thank you to all our sponsors. Yeah, they're not on the slide right now, but yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, all thanks to Aquatech Limited, Navari Limited, our sponsors, Sisipo, Spiderbit, ERP Champions, Sakshat, so all, and Akik Solutions, thank you so much for being a wonderful sponsor and sponsoring this event. Without you, this event would have not been possible. Thank you so much.
Yeah, this is just a QR code for y'all to drop your feedback about the entire experience. Yeah, and that's it for the day. We have dinner at 7 o'clock at the convention hall. It's the ballroom where we had framework and HR training yesterday. So we wish for all of you all to join us, and since it is a separate ballroom for just us, it's sort of a private event, we can enjoy the dinner together. Yeah, see you there. I don't want to call again. Group photo? Can we take one more group photo? Is that okay? Okay, come on stage.
For all those times you stood by me, for all the truth